And we also want to highlight tremendous achievements made by national authorities, development and humanitarian stakeholders to improve access, but also, of course, highlight wherever we find challenges. Some things will also be brought back to you on the floor, because I've already identified a couple of people that did not fit on this panel to speak to the topic. My first question, though, I would direct to Ato Getachew, who has been also the focal person of the Djibouti Declaration of Ethiopia. So he's been in the process of Djibouti Declaration, I think, from the start. That's how long I know him, at least. And can we get the Somali flag, please? It's coming? It's coming, sorry. It was also Zambia. So wait with the pictures until we have the Somali flags, please. Thank you. But I'll get to you, Ato Getachew, and I would like to ask you what you consider to be the benefits of integration of refugees into national education, and what are the main challenges and concerns that you have?
Okay, thank you, Kokeve, and also I thank to for getting this floor. As you mentioned, I am Getachew from Ministry of Education Ethiopia, working as Refugee Education Senior Expert. I have been working on refugee for a long time, much more than 12 years, and I know very well the refugee matters. By saying this, when you talk about the integration, we have to consider it the national, regional, and international commitments that Ethiopia took. Based on this, from the beginning, we try to considering aligning all this plan with that commitment. As you know, we start the integration of the data, refugee education data, starting from 2016 to 17. After getting all refugee data, then we try to incorporate this refugee education with a national plan. We do have a sector development plan. We are in the series of 6 education sector development plan, and boldly refugee education is indicated on that document. And also within the long term, the development plan, we do have the 10 years development plan. Even in that document, this refugee education is integrated, and by considering all the commitments that Ethiopia took nationally, regionally, and internationally. After getting this the refugee education data, we focused on the 4 thematic areas. One is the access, the second is quality, and the third is equity. When we say equity, it might be the disadvantaged population, that is, it may be refugee, it may be rural to cities, it may be disabilities. All these issues considered in this equity, accessing or improving the equity. Then the last one is without or unless we establish a strong system, we cannot implement all these access issues, quality issues, and even the equity issues. Then a strong system should in place to accomplish all these matters. Then when we implement these issues, there are so many challenges, as you know. The main ones may be shortage of fund. As you know, the support of donors goes down time to time. And the other challenge we faced most self-reliance projects are short-term. To fully implement this or to accomplish this self-reliance in refugee, we faced this problem. The other problem is overwhelming of the refugees and returnees. You know, the Sudan situation and also the Somali situation last year. So in Somalia, from Somalia, there are around 100,000. In Sudan, more than 50,000 influxes we received. And the other problem what we faced is due to the infrastructure, due to the shortage of these schools, especially the secondary schools, there are a big number of out-of-school children in refugee. And the other challenge is limited stakeholders' involvement, and the other one is limited wash facilities, and the other one is different teacher salary scales. As you know, when we try to integrate refugee schools to the government, the main challenge is those who were working in the other organization, they get more salary, but when we integrate to the government scale is less than that. Then we faced this problem. And all these are not all the challenges. These are the main ones what we faced. I think I will come back to.
Yeah, I'm not letting you go yet. Quickly. I think you've raised some very pertinent issues, and I find, let me say, starting from simple things like having discrepancies in salaries between government and non-NGO salaries, or that is quite interesting. But also you mentioned the strong system that needs to be set up to actually be able to create access, quality, equity in the system. And also the out-of-school of children is, I think, a very big issue that is often also forgotten. And we've already talked about decreasing finance and short-term programming, which seems to be a long problem that is across the board. But I must commend also the data work that you've been doing, and also the integration into the national sectoral plan. That is, I think, a great achievement. So at least now we know exactly what we're talking about. And also it is part of the planning of the national sectoral on national level, yes. That is a big integration achievement, I would say. And it was also, my question would, my follow-up question aligns to that. When we look at the investments that have come development investments that have come into the sector for displaced populations in the host communities, do you feel that the sectoral planning, etc., has an impact on that? So are the investments directed also based on those sectoral plans, or even the costed plan that Ethiopia has developed? And what do you see are the benefits of the investments that have come?
Okay, thank you again. Investments matters, especially to the refugee education. As I mentioned before, within the collaboration of the World Bank groups, GPE, DANIDA, IDA, GIZ, many partners are involved in this investing education, especially to the refugee education. Within this integration, we try to provide so many trainings for teachers, providing a school grant for schools, providing textbooks for students, and also training is for the parent teachers association, especially in the camp. And also we try to provide scholastic materials and to solve the problem of wash facilities. We provide more than 100 water tankers for schools, refugee schools, and the host community, and even provide the for girls MHM materials. As you know, this it's a great impact on the girls' education. You know, that's the natural to the girls. They may drop out or lose so many periods within that time, and this solve a big problem and reduce the dropout of girls. And we try to provide the more than 26 vehicles to refugee hosting regions to support the refugee education, even more than 100 bikes for these regions to facilitate and help the refugee education. When the schools are supervised and inspected, teachers should supervise and supported with the experts. So to solve this problem, we try to do this. And when we provide for refugees and the host community, they are benefited from this project, and they become, or they established a strong social cohesion between the refugee and the host communities.
Thank you, Ato Getachew. I would say he deserves some applause from you. Thank you. Thank you. I would go straight to and continue with education. Marwa Omar Hussein, Ministry of Education, Djibouti. Are you speaking in French or in English? Okay. Then because I'm on the panel, normally I don't use it, but sometimes now I don't want to miss anything. So. One for you, no, you take first. So everyone has their, yes? Okay, then I can go on. Also, you have been very active also in the Djibouti Declaration and also in the costed plan for Djibouti. That's how we know you also. To what extent have development investment facilitated inclusive education and skills development opportunities for host communities and refugee populations in Djibouti?
Bismillah. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour. Je vais commencer par me présenter. Je m'appelle.
Introducing myself. I work with the National Education system. Okay, that's better. Good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. As we say, good morning. My name is Marwa Amar, and I work in the Ministry of Education from 2017. I'm in the department in charge of integration of refugees. Excuse me. A sound. Excuse me, I've lost a sound. Excuse me, I've lost a sound. Just a minute. 1, 2. Can you hear me? No. Just wait. Atonde, we can't hear. I don't know what has happened. Atonde, 1, 2. 1, 2. Wait a bit. The sound is not coming through. 1, 2. Wait. 1, 2. 1, 2. Atonde. Wait.
Okay.
So to respond to your question as to how investments to development have led to the integration of refugees in the education system in our country, and of course talking about capacity building for refugees and the host communities, I'd like to say that above all these initiatives for promoting education and human resources, of course there is need for considerable resources and investment. So, of course, can cope with the prolonged humanitarian crisis. From 2017, we have been able to work on the integration of refugees in the Ministry of Education Services. And after the conference of ministers of education that was held in Djibouti, we had a declaration, the Djibouti Declaration, and the ministers and our ministry started to deal with this problem of refugees in the sectorial policies, especially through a strategy that covers the period 2017 to 2025, which has led to the various activities that we have come up with for the 7 years period. So the partners that have supported us as a ministry in this initiative are UNHCR, the World Bank, and the UNICEF. Just to tell you that we have to recognize the fact that the government has also been able to provide a lot of support to this initiative, and of course it has its engagements and commitments to support these refugee populations. Investments that have been made by government has played a big role in the sense that this has facilitated the inclusion of refugees by creating opportunities also for the host communities, of course, and this has been a catalyst for various development aspects, and this has obviously improved social cohesion. So schools host community children as well as refugee children, and they have, for example, schools that take up to 600 children, very modern facilities that are very good and ideal situations or ideal establishments that have created an environment, an ideal environment for learning. So other than that, we have also had, the teachers that have been trained, and of course materials that have been provided to help in supporting the children. And the teachers and refugees have also been able to access credit facilities. And all this skill upskilling that has assisted in helping them access the work space. So we also have this approach that helps these refugees to also work towards empowerment. And this goes beyond the assistance that they get for the short term. So you're looking at how they can also be empowered, so that through the different programs, development programs, that have helped them to also, and we've been able to achieve a lot. And I think that should be enough for now.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I have a small follow-up question. You mentioned the also opportunities for refugees to follow up, to go to TVET colleges and so on. We also heard earlier, of course, that Djibouti is hosting a population that is non-French speaking, though the labor market is French speaking. So my question would be actually also how language is addressed in these integration efforts. I know this is not, it just came to me, because I feel that is also somewhere where Djibouti has a bit of a different situation than all other countries, hosting, where the language of instruction is English or French, or how is integration working in that regard?
I understand very well. So Djibouti is a francophone region, one of the few in the Horn of Africa that is francophone. So we've had a process of national consultation with refugees, and the refugees made a choice of being taught in English. So all the training materials are translated into English, and that shows our goodwill. And of course, you know that Djibouti would like or has 3 training programs. So the curriculum is in French, that was translated to English, and as well as in Arabic language. So it is possible today in Djibouti to go to a school that is 100% in English, just as it is possible to do it in Arabic. So the language barrier is there. So we have this solution of using 3 languages. I know that it's not easy, and for us we took this difficult path, but this is to help the refugees, so that in case these refugees go to a country, a third country, to settle there, or if they go back to their countries, I think they can be able to easily settle in. So the language barrier is something that I think is there, but we are dealing with it in terms of for vocational training. You know that there's a proverb that says in our country that whatever is taught should be understood, and Djibouti has a strong presence of, Ethiopians and Somalis, and we have, other refugees that came from Yemen, for example, that speak Arabic very well. So I think we've been able to deal with this language barrier in that way.
Thank you so much. That was always a question that I had, and I think it's well answered. I will continue. I'm trying, because it's a morning session, I'm trying to be a little bit concise. We also open up for questions later, and there's also some questions we have to the floor. But now I would invite my neighbor on my left, Madame Safia Mohammed, Commissioner Refugees and IDPs, Somalia, to answer a couple of questions for us. For you, of course, in Somalia, we know that, of course, you're hosting refugees, but the larger question really is IDPs and also returnees. So the questions that I have for you are more addressed, looking at the reintegration of returnees, actually. So what do you consider the benefits of integration, of reintegration in this sense, of returnees into national health systems? What are the main challenges that you see and concerns that you would have in regards to the reintegration in the health system?
Bismillah. First and foremost, I have to say thank you for having me over here today for this event. Really, it means learning. My name is Safia Mohammed, as my sister said. I am a new commissioner for refugee and IDPs and returnees in Somalia. I joined the seat July 2nd this year. And as you all aware, Somalia is recovering from civil war and Shabab and conflict, climate, So knowing that, like you come in, it's like someone who had a car accident, I would say, you know. So it's recovering from every corner. So the president policy now is to find Somalia peace. So one side is we're building a peace, so capturing regions that has been hands of Al-Shabaab for years, maybe a couple decades. That being said, then we'll have a beautiful coastlands, so gorgeous. Myself being a refugee, IDP returnees, and I know how it feels like it. So when I joined the office, and thanks to President Hassan Sheikh giving me the opportunity to take this role, is to coordinate, find a solution for refugees. We have refugees, the number that's now recorded, around 37,000, but it's those refugees that has not been recorded within the country. Some of them asylum seekers for nearly 30 years. So when I came, I said, what is wrong here? So what I did was just push the law, refugee law. So when I was in the office for 2 months, the refugee law was sitting in the parliament, the lower house, and now it's upper house about to submit it to the president to sign it, so that it will give the government to accept fully inclusivity for everyone should get it right as a human being. We and then beside of that, we have, as you all aware of, 2.6 plus displaced, 1.7 now around that recently flood, displacement and more. Returnees was stopped. So when I joined the office, I said, okay, what can we do? So now displacement also needs a right as a citizens. So Somalia government, thanks to, again, the government accepting, led by the Prime Minister, the President, and the Cabinet, Somalia became #1 in East Africa Horn country that passed IDP law. I mean, the Cabinet passed the IDP law to the lower house. That means then the government is really standing now for taking care of the citizens as well as the refugees that we have home. On top of this, we have Somalis who are abroad that wants to come back. Example, like we have over 70,000 registered just Yemen and in refugee camp. When I came to the office, thanks to the Partners Fund and support of the government, UNDP and IOM, if they're here, I have to say thank you for their support. We have got so far nearly 700 since July that came back. The sad part is they don't get returnees. They come in with diseases, illnesses, mental, moral deteriorated, you name it. Only person who has been a refugee camp in a war zone can feel and relate it to them. When they come here, it's like a dumpster. They will dump into the country, no follow-up of much of a cover of it, medications. They will get a temporary, I would say, painkiller and basic. Some of them will come vomiting, diaries, and all that I have witnessed for the 3 flights 2 days ago when flight 150 arrived. So we are really juggling as a country. In other sides, private sector is recovering. So yeah, we're in the streets of recovery, well, not only health, but every corner. think I'll stop it there.
Thank you very much. That was a very grim picture for returnees that you just painted, really. And my question, I still have a follow-up question to you, Commissioner.
Yes, absolutely. Welcome.
Really is, you said Somalia is recovering from many, a multiple number of problems, and at the same time, when the population that is hosted in another country comes back, they do not really find systems in place to catch them as they are dumped, as you said. So my question really is, what could be support that Somalia would need? What investments would be necessary to be able to catch those returning in the health system, and not only health actually in that sense, it also relates to education systems, for instance, as well. But maybe if you can expand on what you think would be needed and what investments would be necessary.
Absolutely. Thank you. Great question. I will give my team on the table up there, Gele and the team up there, or Ahmad, if they can contribute. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to say that the Commissioner, is it close to me? Okay. Thank you so much. The Commissioner has summarized it quite well in terms of the enormous that Somalia faces today. But it's not all bleak in the sense that there's quite a number of mushrooming schools, education in various forms, from primary all the way to university level, which is inherited from previous regimes. However, the problem that faces us at the moment is development of curriculum. Curriculum that covers from, let's say, kindergarten, presumably, all the way to university level. So someone has a ladder to follow. That is absent. So it's creativity on the part of Somalis to have a secondary school that more or less is fairly exclusive to itself. A primary school, but the government, Ministry of Education is working extremely hard to develop curriculum that covers the whole nation. So that is one major exercise that is required, but it's also resource dependent. It is also dependent on streamlining education providers, teachers, trainers. We're in a way lucky in the sense that we have people who are being trained in Dadaab, in Kakuma. They are going through normal Kenyan educational system. They're also profiting from health system. There are nurseries. I think yesterday we heard there was a lady who was in one of the labs in the refugee camp. So we're benefiting in that sense. So the idea is these people, upon return, hopefully, could be attracted to work with the Somali nation in terms of concretizing social services. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed Farah. Good morning, everyone. This is Mohammed Gele from Refugee and the IDP's agency. Just to add that, challenges already mentioned by my colleague and the Commissioner. That is basically lack of basic services and limited livelihoods. Plus, and some sort of course, the political instability is also a major challenge there. So just to add maybe to my colleague to complement on that, when it comes to the areas for the investment, I would say more of a data and research. And I'm very pleased today here actually be part of this Dr. Deep. I heard a lot about it, but I would like actually to understand more about it and how it's actually tracking more development projects or displacement in affected communities and how it's tracking it. And I think it's very useful having such kind of more technological systems or use the technology even when actually responding to displacement. Also, what I found out in my recent work at the refugee agents, I've been working just like less than a month. What I found out is more of a public awareness. So what I mean is that Somalia has been in this for almost 30 years, and the people have been living in a protracted displacement. So this thing like a normal life. So and even the political elites, the more of like business people are turning away from the issue. So we're gonna actually get their attention back to the issue where the 20% of the Somali's population is actually living under extreme poverty. So that public awareness is a major focus for us, and there's something missing that we need to do more of a communication and feasibility. And of course, the institutional capacity can be added to that one. And the last one is that the commissioner mentioned it, more of a legal frameworks, and that will be added into the evictions policy where and even returnees and the locally displaced people can have a land or a space to live in, and even if the landlord or other people want to evict them, they will not just evict out of nowhere, but follow some sort of procedures. That is what I want to add, and thank you.
Thank you very much also for the comments from your team. Yes, that is very pertinent. I just saw Mahmoud over there from the Igad Dr. Dip team. Mahmoud, I just maybe if you can give a quick reaction on Dr. Dip Somalia, just so that that is Can you just quickly, very short?
Yes, yeah, thank you very much for the NCRI Commissioner and the team from Somalia for their attendance and participation for this high-level meeting. Dr. Deep Somalia was, was very new initiative in Somalia, and we have been focusing at least 5 different outcomes. The first one was the strengthening existing coordination mechanism within the government to build the capacity of the government so that they can tackle this durable solutions initiative in Somalia. The next outcome, the second outcome was policy development and legal frameworks. Dr. Deep contributed a lot to that perspective. At least the project contributed development of the NCI strategic plan, which is a 4-year plan. Also supported social cohesion policy under the Minister of Interior, as well as other legal frameworks, which now is active in Somalia and validated all the stakeholders, including UN agencies and NGOs. The third outcome was strengthening information system to the durable solution of forced displacement. We have conducted the first quarter for this year mapping exercise, which was conducted 3 different areas, starting Kismayo, Bedavo, and Mogadishu, 2 districts in Mogadishu, which was Dainile and Kahda districts within Mogadishu. We have been mapping social economic services that exists there, which was how the IDPs can access to the social services, hospitals, how they can access to the MCH or mother and child health care centers, how they can access water facilities, how they can access to the law enforcement, police stations. We were mapping that. We have published a baseline study, which was shared by the World Bank, the study that's talking and emphasizing about that mapping exercise. The other thing was the technical support, which we have supported to different stakeholders within the government, including Minister of Somali Humanitarian Disaster Agency, SODMA, Minister of Planning, and the Minister of Interior. Also, you know, the government, they cannot tackle until it enhance the capacity of the monitoring and evaluation. So also we have supported to the government of Somalia for the enhancement of effective monitoring mechanism. They have conducted, they went to all the different federal member states in Somalia, most likely, I think 5 federal member states in Somalia. They have conducted monitoring sessions, workshops, and now we have also published a study which is focusing on the meal system within the government, tackling for the specifically durable solutions. I think that baseline is available, and it will be online platform soon, so that you can see the existing social economic service mechanism for all that. Kismayo district, Baydhabo district, and Mogadishu, which is that mentioned 2 districts. Thank you very much.
Oh, you want to answer? Thank you, Mahmoud. Really, it's amazing. Now that 2024 is coming, we would like to get, I would like to get Igad's attention to NCRI being the coordinator mechanism to see the transparency and coherency and like a way of seeing goals that we need to achieve in terms of refugees and IDPs and returnees. So the data that my colleague have mentioned, it will be very unique to establish the data to know that. I know Igad works individually, each institution's its own directly, not going through a specific channel, but what we would like to see and the government want to see is to have a unique goal and tracking the service and as well as the resource. We would like to see that NCI to be involved things that are related to refugee, returnees, ITPs, so at least we all are in a same boat on that. And thank you so much, I appreciate it.
Thank you. There's a lot of things that I could mention and go into now, and I really want to commend you for creating the policy environment for both IDPs and refugees. For Somalia, I think that is a very great achievement in only 3 months that you, well, I don't know how long you tabled this, but I think in the interest of time, I do have to continue, but I saw a hand raised by the mayor of Koboko, because I think also it's just interesting to just also hear maybe he can touch on, and then I will continue to the other topics. Yes, thank you very much, Mayor.
Oh, thank you. Well, it's unfortunate that the Ministry of Uganda is not here, but I would like to give my thinking and my perspective and my experience from the local government point of view, given the presentation of the panel members there. Now, Uganda is a bit unique. If I go by the questions here, one of the questions that I really wanted to give my input is this, that the benefits of integration of refugees into national health systems in Uganda, and what are the main challenges you have. One of the, from my point of view, is our health system, because of its integration, helps us to strengthen the social cohesion. I'll give an example. We have had situations during the COVID, it was one of the biggest challenges we had as local governments. You have refugees, and in our policy, you're supposed to use your national ID in order to be vaccinated. The question we asked as local leaders was, what about refugees who are living with us? You see, we have masks which are given by the government, They say give it only to the Ugandans. What about the refugees? It was a huge, huge challenge for us local leaders. But I think we made a decision. We decided not to serve politics. We decided to serve humanity as local leaders. And we gave it to everybody. Instead, we made complaints that we don't have enough masks, and it worked. And because of what we did, it strengthened our social cohesion. We were able to, live together. We even had a situation of yellow fever vaccinations where we involve everybody. We have hepatitis B vaccinations that government provides. But the biggest challenge you have here is that in my country, the allocation of these medicines is based on population. And the government still uses the population of 2014 when we did the census. Now we are in 2023. This number is not updated. So it becomes a huge problem. And one of the biggest challenges you have in many health centers of refugee hosting community, districts and municipalities and cities is drug stock out. You're given drugs for 3 months depending on the population, but you have these 23,928 refugees, which I have in Koboko. 23,980 self-settled refugees that are there. But the drugs are sent for you according to the number of the 2014 census. So as a mayor, what do? It's a big challenge. So drug stock out is a big challenge there. The second one is the doctor-patient ratio is very high. In my country, one doctor is supposed to be the equivalent to 120 patients. But ours is over one doctor is over 200 patients. So there's a lot of pressure on doctors that sometimes they even abandon and, they don't appear there. And then the other thing is the pressure. We have a lot of pressure on our medical services, nurses, So it's a big, big problem. And I think Koboko Municipal is one of the municipalities with so many private clinics as an alternative. People now have to go to the clinics, to the pharmacist. So if you want to do business of pharmacy, you can come to Koboko because the drugs are not there. But people are willing to buy. Sometimes the drugs even they need are not there. So I wanted to share this with you that the biggest challenge we have is data. We need data for health services. Thank you very much.
I'm looking for Charles Ogola. I see Charles Ogola. I mean, the one important issue, of course, would be the census. I think Uganda missed the 2020 census round. But for refugee populations being included in the national census. And also, I know that Igad is working on also closely with the, I'm still looking at you, Chatsukula. Maybe you can quickly also say something about the situation or the work that Igad is doing in regards to supporting inclusion also of displacement data into and working with the Uganda, yes, with you, boss. Maybe there's something that you can say to that. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, and thank you very much for the question. And actually, in terms of the issues of migration and displacement statistics within the Igad region, Igad is working closely with the member states to strengthen the issues of the availability and also the production of migration and displacement statistics. Coming into the issues of displacement statistics, one of the critical things is to include also the modules within the administrative data sources, the censuses, and also the surveys, so that at least this displaced population can also be accounted for. Furthermore, there is this advocacy towards the statistical inclusion of the displaced population within the national statistical system. And I think even in one of the pledges that Uganda had done was also to include the inclusion of the displacement statistics within the national statistical system. And then also just to add on this, at Igad level, we have been able to advocate for the technical working group, the development of the technical working group at the national level within the existing governance structure, so that it can accommodate the issues of migration and displacement statistics, whereby all the stakeholders come together and also speak about the issues of migration and displacement statistics under the technical leadership of the National Bureau of Statistics, and also with the chair through the NCM or the technical working group. And at the regional level already we have the technical working group that also brings in this kind of the different stakeholders to be able to work through these areas. And lastly, even in the issues of the implementation of the international recommendations on refugee, IDP, and stateless statistics, these are some of the recommendations that the countries are supposed also to implement in order to be able to include the displacement statistics within the national statistical system. And we advocate for that. And
thank you, but I feel also that the local government's voices somehow need to filter into that conversation, because there's very specific problems like getting medication or not that are now based on very old census data. So Uganda obviously makes sure as the next census happens that you do have the proper, not only the population that is Ugandan, but of course also the hosted refugee population and asylum seekers are also part of that number, so that you now do sectoral planning based on the actual numbers rather than that. So I think Charles, maybe take note. Thank you. And I'm going to move on now, because otherwise we're going to, I don't even have the time. But I'm going to also change the sector from and go into the next sector, which would be water. I think that mic is still on. So I would ask our water expert on the far left end of this podium from Kenya, Mr. Josephat Waweru, so that we've heard at least about WASH from Matogetacho. We all know water is life, so we would I'd ask you to what extent a development project involving local communities in the planning and implementation of water infrastructure projects effective and working.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm Joseph Waweru from the Ministry of Water, but I also work very closely with Kenya Dr. Deep. So to start off, I would say that in Kenya, we have two levels of government who do manage water. That is, Kenya is a devolved country. We have the national level where we do the policy and coordination. Then water being a devolved function is basically the works of the county government to availability and accessibility of water is basically the works of the county government. In Kenya Dr. Deep context, water is available to the communities through assistance with the county government and also using the national government standards and policies. To go to your question, the extent of development projects involving communities for Kenya Dr. Deep, as you all know, this is a CDD, it's a community-driven development project where most of the community, where we are doing those projects are the decision makers. So in the entry point, any development partner have to involve the communities in the need assessment. You go to an area, you do the need assessment and see that water is really needed in that area and it's critical. After that, we do the siting, the locations. You make sure that the communities are involved in locating the sites of those water infrastructure. And after that, they do the management decision. That is, the communities will do the tendering, the evaluation, And in case there is any change in decision, the communities are also involved. Then after that, after the tendering is done, the monitoring and the implementation of those sub-projects or the projects, the communities are fully informed. Then also the communities, after the projects are complete, and with the help of the technical people from the counties, the communities do the payments to the contractors. Then after that, capacity is given to the community on trainings, and after that they can do the normal operation and maintenance. Okay, thank you.
So this is a very community-driven approach that Dr. Dip has taken. So do you see that the sustainability of those investments, because it is community-based, is higher?
Okay. On sustainability, we have two levels. First, we have, before we do any community projects, and we have said that water is a default function, we have to do a memorandum of understanding with the county government. That is, the county governments take it, or they agree to do if there is any major breakdown or any major change which is in that project, the county government, before we do that project, must commit itself that it will take part or it will take over that project. Then the second level of sustainability is the trainings we do, or the capacity building we do to the communities who are in charge of the implementation and learning of that project. We do trainings. We do training on governance. Or in water points, we are at an advantage as Kenya, because those areas we also have some of the major aquifers in the continent. We have the Mat aquifer, which is within our area. We have the Rocky Piti Plains. So our boreholes are high yielding or average yielding. So we have water which can be used both for domestic, livestock, and small-scale irrigation. And the quality of water is basically good. It can sustain both human and the crops.
Thank you very much. Actually, I don't know how I am on time, but I will just, I think, now go to our last sector. Thank you very much. Yes, please.
Just simple one. Is this more like maybe Kenya is having? Just my understanding to this, just looking into it, is like every government, every member state in Igad is having its own sector or Dr. Dip. And for example, Kenya is having one, Uganda is having one, Ethiopia is having one. If it's so, then I wanted to know actually in Somalia, so I'm coming from Somalia. So I'm sorry, my first to be in this discussion. And that is why I'm just asking, try to understand more about it. I'm just interested because I see it's like more of it provides more of a tracking water and a lot of natural resources to the.
But also cooking stoves and displacement affected regions, etc.
So thank you very much for So first of all, the Dr. Deep project in each countries of the region, it intervenes in many the domains. It could be basic infrastructure, environment, and all the other sectors. And so this intervenes in many areas in Ethiopia, Djibouti, or the other countries. So in each country, the activities should be on priorities of the country. For Ethiopia, different languages of Ethiopia, and so we do not have a problem when it comes to languages. And so we are an important country, and so we are from long time we have integrated English in our systems, and so we have the military bases in Djibouti, and so we are forced to speak English, and so the refugees are not adapting to French, but it is the Djiboutians who speak English. And so for energy, it is important, first of all, as I have already said, we work on development plans for the grid, and we noted the former prefecture reminded us that we have electricity vulnerable, and so the government paid for water and also for electricity. The households are now able to pay, given that they have these activities, and that is an important thing for sustainability, because we also have to think about sustainability of these big investments, and so it is the government that pay for maintenance, and so this costs a lot of money. And so it is also very important. The other issue that we have worked on is on climate change in the certification and also cutting trees. And so it is important. So we need to reduce overuse of wood. And so we need to get systems that are adapted, which helps in which will help in improving, and so we have given this freely so that we need to reduce the use of firewood. And so if you have other questions, maybe you can ask. And so for water is a big investment, and so for the next steps it is $14,000 million, and so with all the network for electricity, it is important. And so when you work on electrification, you are talking about households, and for the households there is also water. We need to also electrify the boreholes. And thank you.
You touched on so many issues, but let me maybe try and get from you what policies would be there to support, let's say, the access also for displaced populations to energy, and if you can say something about the policy environment.
As I have already said, for us, refugees are Djibouti citizens. They are living in our countries. And so I have already said that we have a national policy for energy where everybody is in line with this policy. And so when we propose, because when we do infrastructure, we are working for the Ministry for Energy. It is the Ministry of Energy is in charge, and the first question they ask us is, you are going to give energy to Al-Hade, and refugees are benefiting, so how are they going to pay? And that is why we're saying that we have a GR, but it is not the refugees who are going to pay for maintenance of this unit, but it is the government that pays for its maintenance. And so the populations at that level are actually benefiting from this development.
Thank you very much. I think if there's an opportunity, if I have a minute to give, yes, for questions. I see a hand in the back by Ibrahim. I also know that, where is Mary Kevin? Is Mary Kevin still around? Okay, I also want to give her the word, and then I See, okay, Ibrahim? And let's see, I'm already past my time, and I actually want some applause for Mr. Mahdi from first before we go to that one. Okay, Ibrahim.
Thank you, Coco, for good facilitation, and also you for the panelists for a very honest information and experience and lessons that they have provided to us. Just one brief question, given the time we have. My question goes to our gentle brother from Kenya, Ministry of Water. With the experience of Dr. Deep and the community management, because it's a very good experience that we went to learn from, especially on the community-driven development programs and communities managing all the different infrastructure project development, including financial management, procurement, contract management. Really would like to know more on that one. What are the exact role community play and the local county government or sub-county government play and the national government play? Because if you say a mega million project or billions of shilling project to community, how do you manage accountability if it is especially donor-supported programs? World Bank, which has a very rigorous procurement project. I'm asking this question to learn more about it because we have similar programs under other Igad initiatives. Thank you.
Shall we I will collect questions if you note that down, and then I'll go to Mary Kevin. Can you get... Yes, so Mary Kevin is a beneficiary from Uganda on BRICS, and I just wanted to quickly, very short, maybe give sort of a feedback a little bit on, yes.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. My name is Akisa Mary Kevin from Uganda, a Dr. Deep community beneficiary. So, I would like to share a brief experience from what I feel of Dr. Deep as a community in the refugee host community. And we were able to receive some funding to further in environment related, and our measure was in the component of making briquette and cook stove. Whereas the cook stove bit has taken a good, it's on rolling well, the briquette production is also ongoing well, and I'm here today to testify that there is a lot of good results that these things has brought to the community where I come from. You'll find things like gender-based violence that used to happen because of maybe we are looking at typical rural urban community where the women and the men, people are really uneducated, and African man always will want to take charge of the home in terms of many things, and male predominancy. You'll find such conflicts because there are no questions. You woman, where have you been? These things are now not heard of, or suspicions are reduced because the cooking energy that women use to collect firewood from far ends is not much, it's minimal, because most of them have adopted to some of these intervention of cook stove where you buy, or because you are in a group producing the briquette, you are able as a community member to get some for free as well because you are already in the production. Also financially, women have been boosted, and all members who are involved in the, especially in the manufacturing. So there is some level of job creation in the community, and livelihood is also improved because some of these monies got from manufacturing, the women use them, and some of the youth and the men, to boost their economic activities. Like some of the women are involved in market, vending and related, and also farming. Some of the things help them to further their farming inputs and technology. And also improved homes. There is a clean cook stove, you know, health-wise, smoke is now no longer most of the things, especially for those who have adopted. You'll find that there is improved cleanliness in the kitchen, and also good air to breathe, and respiratory-related diseases like cough and so forth is minimal. And even, you know how smoke can affect the eyes. You find some of these things are a bit minimal for the community members who have adapted So for that, we give a plus to the Dr. Deep program. Then, much as there are these pluses here and there, the community is also involved in planting trees here and there, especially for those who have land. And there are some who don't have, so they didn't plant much trees. But now, much as we had a good impact to some extent, but also there are some bottlenecks, especially in the briquette adaptation. You'll find that because the community, there is low production of some of these interventions, especially the briquette, so it's not yet widely used or adapted in the whole community. Just a small section has taken over, and yet for it to be adapted well, that means there should be massive production. And yet the equipment that were used to producing some of these things are manual-based. And being manual-based, that means it is not easy to have a massive production so that many people can be involved. Maybe another challenge also is the sensitization of the community. Maybe because of that, I have some recommendations here. There are about 3 or 4 that perhaps the government can adopt.
We are a bit out of time, so you have to make it quick.
Summarize, please. There are only 3. Number 1, maybe the government can sensitize the community, allocate a budget, especially through the local government. Then number 2 also, involve the local community leaders, councillors, come with the bylaws to help in all this all together. Then also transition from the manual-based equipment to motorized, so that production is massive and community can easily further their interest. And also not forgetting that strengthen the local financial institution, so that if the whole government is relying on grant, what about a simple community? We need the same as well, such a model to help the community also further the interests of the government, so that the issue of energy-related things are further forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was fantastic. I think it was important also to hear from someone implementing and being on the other side of things. I see, yes, I have you and Mahmoud, and then you, and then I think I have to close, otherwise they'll kill me.
Thank you very much.
Wait, yes.
I am Martin Jachan Gokto from Uganda, a local government representative. Mine is on some observations on water and the CDD components. The presenter gave very strong background and highlight on what it takes. Mine is some additional observation on what is in that area. As technical team, especially during the procurement process, the bids, if it's left to the communities per se, will not come out in that technical component, will not really be out clearly. So the district local government team from water department and other specialists join the local community in the bid evaluation process. If not done, businessmen subject this community to manipulations and undue influences. So as a district and the technical department specialized in water provision, they come and validate, verify the documentation in the bid process. Also during the drilling, once the service provider has been procured and identified, during the drilling process, the technical department of water comes on board to do the supervision, and finally also the certification to confirm that this water we are providing is fit and well for human consumption, is safe and clean. The experience in Kiriandongo has also been that water has also mitigated a lot of challenges. Previously, before this, most of the areas in the settlement communities were using shadoof. Shadoof is a well kind of, it's not safe, it's not what, but now with this intervention of providing safe and clean water, we are overcoming this disease burden and other waterborne related diseases. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's also very important to see oversight by local government in bidding processes to ensure equity and the proper, let's say, bidding of and tendering of the activities. I think I'll take Mahmoud and then, wait, I'll take Mahmoud's question and then a response. Okay.
I have 1 second.
Huh?
I have 1 second.
1 second?
1 second only.
1 second. It's over.
And I just want to thank you for the great conversation and sharing of the experience that has been done. Unfortunately, for our case in South Sudan, we've not been part of the this project intervention. So that's why we're not able to share anything. Although there are so many things that we also have that we could share, but we never had this Dr. Deep project started in South Sudan. But I look forward to maybe working together with Igad to advocate so that we have an opportunity to also experience. Thank you.
Noted. Okay, so if you add, then add. But now that's really the last addition.
Moderator, thank you so much. Some points have been taken by the leader from Uganda, so I won't go back to that. It was about the clean and safety of water and everything. But my question to the Minister of Water, I'm really pleased to see how the project is community-driven and the way you are engaging them. But I'm interested to know how you are involving these different groups of people. I mean, women, youth, and people with disability, and all groups. I'm the director for gender, women, children, refugees, and humanitarian issues at an international conference on Great Lakes Region. And normally, I always see people telling me that community are involved. And when you go deep, you find it's just ticking the box. They're not really involved. Meaningful and effective participations for all groups of people is quite key. So I'm really interested in learning on that. Thank you so much.
Okay,
my counterpart from Uganda, all these processes, that is when you are doing the identification on everything, the technical departments are always there to support the communities. They are there to guide the communities. Then I go to your question. This is something which has been taken care of. What we normally do for project implementation, we normally have a committee. That is a CPMC, Community Project Management Committee. And it's basically composed minimum of 5 members, and the composition is always, in the committee, you must have a woman, a youth, the marginalized, and differently abled persons. That one is a must. So in that way, we take care of all the marginalized and the weaker sex in that CPMC. Then the question from, I didn't get his name, but Ibrahim. Yeah, Ibrahim, in Kenya, the Ministry of Water in 2016 came up with a Water Act. It's commonly known as the Water Act 2016. And the Water Act 2016 has given each player the work and the scope of the work which is each player is supposed to do. And for all sub-projects, they are classified in classes. We have class A, B, C, and D. And in this case, 4 community projects are either class A or class B. These are projects which are, we call them low-risk projects. If you do a project above class B, then that one now goes to another level, and we have regional boards. We have what we call, we used to call them water service boards. Now they are called waterworks in every region. So if a project is above class B, then it's implemented by the waterworks agency in that region. Then after it's completed, that's when now it's handed over to the county government for operation and the running of the sub-project. But for community projects, they are up to class B. Those are the low-risk projects.
I think the questions have been answered very well. So now Mahmoud, I think there's going to be a small dialogue. I'll just give him quickly the floor, and then as you respond, you can ask your question, and then, yes, okay.
Yeah, thank you, Coco, and the panelists. I just wanted to comment the issue that has raised with from Gele and the other some panelists. You know, the time we are starting from Dr. Deep in Somalia, it was 2016, 2017, and that time, Somali government, you know, we have started a grant that we have received from the bank. You know, Somali, they cannot access that time for loan or credit. So it was a small grant that was focusing on a soft component, not hard components. The other countries that was supported by Dr. Deep, which is Uganda, Kenya, and Ethiopia, they were accessing, you know, we have started loans for supporting them. But Somalia, unfortunately, that time, they were not accessing that. Also, we have been discussing this to the Somali government for a while. They have been requesting a lot to get type of Dr. Deep programs, which is focusing on the developmental projects. And they have requested several times to the Igad, and I'm sure Matt will complement, but I think also they told us that they have engaged with the bank so that they can get such a kind of funding. Also, since this new administration in Somalia come, it seems there is a lot of progress going on to the debt relief progress, and I think this debt relief will pave the way Somalia now can reach the heavily indebted poor countries completion point on this year, December 2023. They have to reach the completion point, and after that, I think they can access to get loans so that they can go forward to such Dr. D projects for the other countries in the region, and it will be fully normalizing. You know, the way they communicate with the key creditors, including World Bank. Maybe Dr. Duma or Matt can complement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you, Coco, for giving me the opportunity to speak. I won't take much. I think Mohammed has covered what I was about to say. Somalia doesn't have the full benefit of the program. My question to Mahmoud and Igad is that what is the plan moving forward? Being a new commissioner for refugee and IDP returnees, and I see Dr. Dip is really the community that I'm leading is got a portfolio beneficiary is in there. So what is Igad's plan for 2024 moving forward? Is there any agenda in Somalia to improve that? And if that's so, I would love to really need to know how I can cooperate with you and support that, because really the number of returnees, even though flights are coming, but there is a volunteers returnees, but when they get into the Somalia, they get into the refugee camps, as well as a refugee. Beside that, there's a lot of girls and women's abuse in IDP camps. We're speaking of inclusion and having refugees and returnees and IDPs feeling that Somalia is their home. We need to be better than 2023. Thank you.
So I think the floor is closed for questions, because the facilitator, Yemi, is already rolling her eyes at me. But Mahmoud, is there something that you can say? Or Matt, is there something that you can say? Yes.
Yeah, maybe we could talk in the coffee break. All right. I mean, it's one individual country, right? So yeah. I mean, I think the issue with Somalia has always been refugees are not the main issue. It's internal displacement and returnees. And so the window for host communities and refugees, maybe not the perfect mechanism, but something like a we've talked about it a few times, a Dr. Dip-like project that provides those basic services, that supports livelihood and maybe in areas of return or in areas where you're getting a lot of push into the cities to try to prevent that large-scale migration, which is difficult to manage, internal migration, which is difficult to manage. But let's talk again in the coffee break.
So, fantastic idea. So many things that could be said and continue to see here is the interconnected. Without energy, you don't have electricity for schooling. You do not. If you have wrong energy, you have health issues when you use the wrong stoves and fuel, etc. And we see water is underlining in every other sector as well. So basically what we see is a very strong interconnectivity, and it comes back to strong systems again, which were mentioned at the beginning by Ato Getachew, I think, and the integration. We see that any investment needs to be well thought through, and community-based seems to be the best option in regards to sustainability, social cohesion, and long-term impacts in the community, making sure, as our sister from the ICGLR also said, to make sure that it is inclusive of gender and all other issues that would be necessary to intersectionalities that are to be considered. And the other thing, of course, is we do need longer-term planning and not longer-term funding, but the reality actually is that the reduced finance coming into the region, we do have to be very specific and very impactful with the investments that we have. So in any case, with that, I would really thank this panel. I had a very tough task of having like various sectors in one and trying to keep time, so I did not manage to keep time. But I thank you very much, and I think it was quite important that you had all the contributions that you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Coco. Let's give Coco a round of applause for excellent moderation. Thank you, panelists. I'll suggest that we take a quick break, maybe 15-20 minutes, and then we'll continue with the next session. So it's now 11, so let's meet around 11, 15, 20 back in this room.
Thank you. You may recall that host community levels critical life-saving information about available services, livelihoods, counseling, assistance, and in host areas. Often the sudden and unplanned changes in population distribution puts pressure on the existing essential services and livelihood opportunities. The arrival of the displaced persons in a region may also lead to improved access to basic services for population living in the marginalized areas. Many displacement responses programs also support host communities and engage in activities to promote social cohesion and integration. The local governments have closer contact with the refugees and asylum seekers, and thus a better understanding of problems they face. We are privileged to have a panel of representatives from the from the local government coming from the region. Join me to welcome Dr. Sanya, who is the mayor of Koboko Municipal Council since 2015. He is the current president of the Urban Authorities Association of Uganda. He holds a Bachelor's of Arts in Ethics and Development Studies. And during his bachelor's training, he undertook a dissertation on violation of refugee rights, the case of Southern Sudan refugees in Uganda in 2001. He's pursuing his master's degree in refugees and migration studies. He was awarded on merit an honorary PhD in philosophy, community transformation of St. Jude University as a result of his efforts of advocating politically for integration and peaceful coexistence of refugees and host communities in Koboko municipality. Join me to welcome Dr. Sanya. Now, I'll be introducing each one of them as they respond to some of the questions, such that you know exactly who they are. I don't want to introduce them all at you, otherwise you're going to forget. So, Dr. Sanya, the first question to you, focusing more on the integration of the displaced populations into local development planning. What lessons can we draw from diverse...
Before I move further is that I am a mayor of 2 countries. I'm a mayor of people from South Sudan. I am a mayor of people from DRC Congo. And I'm a mayor of Uganda. So when I speak with an experience of somebody who is managing attitude of 3 countries. And integration is all about attitude. It's about managing the attitude of people. So, given that small background which some missed, I want to emphasize this, and I want to put in quote, open quotes. In as far as I'm concerned, refugees are an opportunity to the host community. They are also an opportunity to themselves as refugees. Close of quotes. Now, with that in mind, as a mayor of Koboko municipality, I have no option but to think about integration, given my background. I'm a beneficiary, I'm a product of integration. And therefore, integration is part and parcel of what people of Koboko can do. Now, the take home is, whereas yesterday I was listening to a number of presentations here, many of the presenters are saying, we are going to do, we are going to integrate. But I want to say, for us in Koboko Municipal, we have integrated. And I'm going to give an reflection of what we have done. And the most important thing that we need to take note here is that integration is a reality, and integration is possible. It's possible. We've done it in Koboko. We've done it in an inclusive way. We've done it together. Now, whereas the slogan that leave nobody behind in as far as the struggle for integration is concerned, for us in Koboko Municipal, we say nothing for us without us. Nothing for local governments without local governments. Now, that's the philosophy, that's the idea that is making us to move. You see, we are able to move because we think everybody is very important. The other factor that I want to emphasize is the language. We speak the same language. Me as a leader, as a mayor of Koboko Municipality, I speak all the languages across the border. I speak Juba Arabic, I speak a bit of Lingala, French, I speak Kakwa. So it makes integration very, very easy for me. And I think that's one advantage, comparative advantage maybe we could be having with a number of my colleagues who are here, that for us, since we speak the same language, it's very easy to integrate in either way. So the take home here is that everything, for integration to succeed, it begins with leadership. And the leader should be one that emphasizes the language. The language you use determines how you integrate. So Koboko Municipal, I want to report, is one of the most inclusive municipalities you can ever think about. Everything about self-reliance, we've done it. If you talk about resilience, that's the only gap I need. And I think I should also listen to the moderator to draw back to you, the members here. That the only gap I'm looking for an area where the capacity of my local government can be built in resilience. That's where we have a gap still. So if there's any one of you who's looking for a border town to be strengthened, my hands are up, and Koboko Municipal is one of them that we need. That's the only thing I'm lacking. And if we do that, if you can build the resilience of Koboko Municipality, then Koboko becomes a role model, maybe within the Igad states as the local government, that probably we can learn from when it comes to self-reliance issues. And I want to really also to thank yesterday the presentation of the UNDP. Koboko Municipal is one of the border areas that has been marginalized given his policy, because they tend to focus more on the host community, but the borderlines are being excluded. So I am a mayor from a municipality where I receive all the transits to BDBD, to Reno Camp, are all through Koboko. But in most cases, we are being excluded when it comes to funding. So I am very glad that EU, Igad, and UNDP are working on those border towns to be included in building their capacity in the resilience of refugees. So as a mayor, I bring for you a lot of experience, reflection that integration is possible. We have done it, and it can be replicated. For now, we are influencing the whole of the West Nile region in as far as integration is concerned. Koboko Municipal being at the tip of border, we are now influencing the whole region to begin to look at refugees as an opportunity. I want to end with this classical example, just this last one. We have used, as a takeaway, we have used skilling of the young people as a success story in integrating them. And now these young people that we have skilled, both Ugandan and Sudanese and the Congolese, are now contributing to local economic development of the municipality. We skill them, we give them tools, we get for them a place where they can settle. They must pay some money to the local government. And I can report today we have success stories of them now becoming role models of their own. So skilling has been one of the key things that we've used to integrate our people into the system.
Thank you very much, Mayor. You have already highlighted the example of skilling as one of the strategies that has promoted integration.
Right.
Did you face any challenges in the process of promoting this integration of the refugees, host communities within the development planning process?
Initially, the local people were looking at our efforts to integration as being favoring, taking what government gives to the nationals to the host to the refugee community. But because of the language that we use, and because the community asks what has changed because of their presence, we are able to change their thinking. Because of the presence of the refugees in the Koboko Municipal, and I think Dr. Lim here could testify, Koboko Municipal benefited from a funding from European Union, courtesy because of our peaceful coexistence with the refugees. And we're able to put classroom blocks, we're able to put a number of infrastructure. And I think that's why I say refugees are concerned. Koboko Municipal has, because of the presence of refugees and because of the funding that was given to us, we are able to put a number of things that if the community asks, why do you call them our brothers and sisters? We're able to tell them, you know, that building there, those classroom blocks, those health centers, the trauma healing centers is because of their presence. And I think that has now changed. The narrative has changed, the attitude is now positive. I want to report we don't have challenges looking at refugees as a challenge. We don't have. We look, actually I need them. If you have them, you bring them to Koboko. I need more of them. I need more refugees. You bring them, I can take care of them.
Thank you very much.
Bring them to me.
Yes. Now let's move to Mr. Abdullahi Al-Watin, who is the current mayor of Baidoa. Somalia has been a mayor for the past 15 years, and he has experience in leadership, peace building, conflict resolution. He has led comprehensive reforms in Baidoa local government, and he was appointed in 2019 as to head the Directorate of Durable Solutions. Here with us is His Worship the Mayor, who is the Chief of Staff in the Office of the State of the President's Southwest Government. He has recently completed a postgraduate degree in politics and conflict and violence from University of Leicester, and he's interested in doing further research. Welcome, Mayor Abdul Ali Watin. The first question I would like the Mayor to address is, what challenges are you facing currently which impede the effectiveness of development support for local government structures in facilitating investment in the displacement-affected areas in the context of Somalia, and how can these challenges be addressed?
Thank you. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I'm very happy to be here today to attend the high-level Igad meeting and to show what Baidoa is doing and the challenge that we are facing in Baidoa. And as you know that now recently the Somalia or East African is facing El Niño's heavy rain that was badly affected in Baidoa city, which has nearly 200,000 people from the IDBs has been affected by the floods, catastrophic floods that was happening in November this year. As you could see from the video, everywhere of the city was affected by the floods, including the IDBs and the refugee returnees, also the hosting communities in Baidoa. The city is hosting over 650,000 IDBs, mostly now residing in the every area in the city. So you may know that also the climate has also, Somalia is now experiencing a climate change, the effect of the climate change. So there is also a capacity gaps on that climate change, and people have no more knowledge on the effect of the climate change and how they also been dealing with the new climate change issues in Somalia. So there is urgent need in capacity building development at the municipal level, at the community level. So we can also see the practice of the climate change, the effect of the climate change already in Somalia. The country, you know, the growing urbanization is also one of the challenge, and the rural urban migration also leading pressure on available resources in the city. So as you could see, we are hosting over 650,000 IDBs. So the migration always continue coming to a city where they believe they can get services in the urban cities. They are coming from rural areas. So it is also pressuring us on available resources. And also capacity need is on durable solution investment. As you could see, the municipality has shown a practical durable solution is in Baidoa. Resettlement program is, relocation program is. So there is also need on durable solution capacity investment is in Baidoa. The capacity need also in urbanization due to the spontaneously urban informal settlement is. As you could see from the video, IDPs are scattered everywhere in the city. So the informal is also creating a lot of city Islamists. So this also need a urgent solution. The other challenge is a considerable, there is a considerable overlapping and duplication in the responsibilities and also activities, which in turn to cause confusion and conflicts and inefficiency in the different levels of the government. You know, Somalia is a federal, there is a federal government, there is a state government, there is a municipal, so the responsibilities, there's a lot of the confusion on that. So there's also low-level awareness of and knowledge of forced displacement issues on the parties of the key stakeholders, decision makers, humanitarian partners, and the local authorities. So the concept of knowledge of IDPs need on more understanding. How will they be dealing? How will they be also integrating with those communities? And what programs do they need? And also there is a limited resources and incentives for the local government to finance local development plans. There is also a lack of the mechanisms and policies to effectively decentralize decision making and management of the area-based planning approach to the appropriate local government levels. There is city-level durable solution initiatives, as you could see from the video. In 2018, the municipality allocated 15 kilometers square of a land, which is called a Barwago site. Barwago means the prosperity to internally displaced people in Baidoa, refugee returnees from Ethiopia, Kenya, and Yemen. So this is a 15 kilometers square. So the purpose is to resettle the IDPs who are also living in a private land. So the municipality also provided a land tenure security for the relocated households, 2,009 households. So after we have identified the Barwago site, we did conduct a site planning, demarcation processes, putting all the resources in the area. And phase one, we have relocated 1,000 households in 2019 June, and 2021 we have relocated 1,009 households. And now for phase 3, we are planning to relocate 1,150 households in the area. So the first batch and second batch relocation for the 2,009 households to Barwago site, we have issued them land tenure security in the partnership with the IOM and the NRC. The municipality has also fully established Department of Public Works, Housing, Land Administration, Healthy and Environmental Sanitation Department, and Revenue Enhancement Department. You know, these departments are very important in terms of the land management issues, in terms of the waste management issues, in terms of the enhancement of the revenue collection is at the municipal level. So in order to the municipality to be able to provide services and plan preparatory plans in the communities. So developed the city strategy in a partnership with the UN Habitat, and we have launched this in February 2022. This is focusing also it's focusing on the inclusive city planning for all IDPs, refugee returnees, as well as the host communities, and also established city resilience initiatives, city resilience and city governance working group initiatives, which we conduct monthly and quarterly meetings that coming together all the partners and the donor communities in Baidoa, and also developed area-based community action plans. And also I want to address also how the challenges can be also be addressed. the clarification of the mandate roles of the various institutions involved the support of the response to the displacement and investment, planning and implementation and coordination is very important. And enabling local governments to develop and implement city development strategies that could create economic opportunities for small medium enterprises, the IDPs and refugee returnees. And also the development of partnership with the municipalities, the local businesses and other local actors who activities directly impact the integration of the displacement affected populations into the local development planning. And also the mechanisms to effectively decentralize the decision making and management of durable solutions initiatives at the local level is also very important. The solutions or strategies to overcome the challenges is investment in existing city strategy plans. For example, Bedo has established its strategic plan that was launched in February 2022 with the support of the UN Habitat. And also the Somali urbanization is at early stage. And this is the right time to respond it, because people are more interested to come to the urban cities, to live in urban cities. So there is an urgent need on city planning and urban planning. And the informal settlement initiative is to prevent the formation of the Islamists in urban cities is also a need to take a note on this. A capacity building in the land governance, municipal land use, and the support of the existing municipal revenue enhancement action plans. The development of bylaws on the land governance and environment health, water resource management is also very important. And establishing a strong water resource management systems in urban cities as urban population is growing. The establishment of strong food security systems in urban cities as the climate change affected 90% of the agricultural production in the area, because Baidoa is a food security hub in Somalia. So where the sorghum and the maize and also all food security in the country was coming from. Yeah. So the production was affected by the climate change. The effective local economic development plans, private sector engagement on water, agriculture, livestock, and climate adaptation initiatives.
Thank you.
And creating coordination platforms that bring us together all developmental stakeholders, including municipalities, partners, donor communities, and different community groups is very important. And facilitating regional capacity building needs assessment through the external support, like Redis, Igad platforms, SAP2, which is supported by the World Bank, SAP2 for the Mayors Forum, funded by the World Bank, and in cooperation of the incentive systems into the national, subnational policies, for example, human skills necessary for the local government employees to design local development plans, and the enhanced participation of non-governmental stakeholders in the particular local host communities, minority groups, women associates in the assessment and management of displaced affected communities. Finally, the outlook for Baidoa City 2024-2026 is a preparation for the pathways for durable solution initiatives, and our biggest asset in Baidoa is the land. We have a land. We have a land. The municipality will support the settlement and livelihood creation for the internally displaced people in the region. And Barwago has capacity to host 25,000 households. This is the biggest opportunity for the integration of the IDPs and poor urban host communities in finding under the pathways for durable solutions. Finally, we welcome the declaration and outcome of the Global Refugee Forum in December. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, the Mayor of Baidoa. A lot has been done, and I believe that we shall investigate a little bit more following the video. We've seen the challenges that Baidoa is facing, and it has done quite much. Our third panelist is Mr. Abdul Malik Mohammed Banoita, who is the prefect of Ali Sabey, Djibouti. And is going to focus more on the desired changes in the development responses. Now, the title prefect to the English speakers is like commissioner. So when you hear prefect, it's not that he's a prefect, it's actually a commissioner. Yeah, so he's here with us and he's going to share with us the desired challenges, the desired changes in the development response. Now, Al Sabey is the second largest city in Djibouti. And so that shows the role and the responsibility he's grappling with. Mayor, the microphone is yours.
Hello, assalamu alaikum, karibu, good morning. I'm called Abdul Malik Mohammed is my name, and I'm the prefect for the region of Al Sabey. And I was previously in a region of Obok, and I'm therefore, if I can say this, a nomad, as all the Djiboutians are. A nomad is someone that moves from one place to another. In terms of a representative of the state, because a prefect in our system is actually a commissioner, and in English I think is governor. It's equivalent of governor. So the representation, my job is to represent the state in this region of Al Sabey, and to let you know something more about Al Sabey. In Djibouti, with about 21,000 kilometers square, we have 5 regions, and the region of Al Sabey is one of the regions that has most of the refugees in our country. We have 2 localities that host communities, that is Aliade, a village, and another village called Olohol that hosts the refugees. And for more than 40 years, Djibouti has been hosting displaced people, forcibly displaced people, refugees, and as was said yesterday by panelists, you have UNHCR that is also thinking about finding another term for this group of people that have been displaced for such a long time. Of course, they need to live in dignity, and that dignity has to be looked into. And in terms of the role that I have as a governor of my area is that my job is actually coordination of the different government actions for the benefit of the residents of my area. So for those that are displaced, the displaced people, they are part, then from an integral part of the population in my region. And Djibouti has defined since 2016, since the UN General Assembly of 2023, Djibouti has put in place a legal framework through the law and decrees and through plans, the work plans that have been concrete to deal with refugees and displaced people. So what have we done? We have worked in our area, in the area of Olahol, and another area called Aliade. And Aliade hosts most of the forcibly displaced people from Ethiopia, Somalia, and Eritrea. So we try to integrate these people because these are people with their own cultures and their traditions. And we take into account of their cultures and their knowledge, and based on that we've been able to create a committee of different representatives of the people living in that area that I've spoken about. So we try to integrate them in the different programs that we undertake in the National Development Plan for 2020-2024. The plan, the plan that is based on this plan. So before we come up with these plans, we've tried to understand the priorities of these displaced people through committees, regional development committees that I've spoken about. That, of course, involves the regional development committees, that also involves all the government agencies and the representatives of different communities of the forcibly displaced people that we are looking at. So a short while ago, my compatriots have spoken about the activities, concrete activities you've had to undertake in Hall through electrification, access to water, and services, basic services, social basic services. And we've tried as well to, help this community that has been integrated into Djibouti, the possibility of having access to work, how we can enable them access work through training that they have received and through income-generating projects that have assisted them to be able to discover their dignity and avoid, this assistance through food aid and other assistance. So we have been able to place these displaced people at the center of the strategies that we are developing, and given the minimal means that or resources that we have as a country, we've tried to implement or create a few things that could improve the conditions of these people. Of course, we are talking about these people as fellow citizens, because these borders we have were created during the colonial period, and for us, for example, as I said, we are a nomad. So Eritreans, Ethiopians, Djiboutians, or Somali people, we have a family link that actually has stayed even if we had this colonial, borders created. So in Al Hadi and All Hall, there is a close proximity with Ethiopia. So this means that these forcibly displaced people and refugees, Djibouti, how can I put it, has these immigrants that are transiting through Addis Ababa, and some of the words we use is to talk about immigration, and of course we spoke about this, the support the government also gives these people that are transiting. So we have these basic services that are free, that could be health services. For example, in El Hadi, we have a hospital, a regional hospital, that is about 35 kilometers from this area. And this regional office, hospital treats people that need health services.
Just to follow up on that, what recommendations would you propose, to enhance the local government engagement in the development response to meet the needs of the displaced? Probably you can share with us what you think could improve on the engagement of the local governments, but also at the same time, you could also propose what could be done to improve the coordination. And then lastly, how do you integrate the resources, both from government resources and partner resources, in ensuring that investments are made? If you could just give us those the recommendations. Yeah.
Thank you very much. About the recommendation that you would like me to make is, first and foremost, I have a certain flexibility in terms of the money that is given to us. Often the difficulty that we have is that we have to adapt ourselves to the reality in front of us, a reality that was relevant at the beginning may not be a priority any longer. So there should be some flexibility in as far as the projects and funding is concerned for the different actions that have been identified. So that in terms of what the bilateral and multilateral partners can do for us. About coordination, we, of course, try to do a lot, but what we're requesting is to have the involvement of the initiatives that are helpful to the beneficiaries. So we should involve them much more. We should involve these beneficiaries much more, and of course involve the local authorities at the regional level and at the municipality level, because they're the ones that are actually dealing with these people on a day-to-day basis. So let us involve them and ensure that they work closely to pursue the objectives of improving the conditions of these very fragile communities. And the other recommendation that I would like to make is about working together and coordination with the local authorities. So this is a point that I want to raise once again, and about the development plan, the regional development plan that we have created in our region. We try all the time to revise these plans and ensure that we also reprioritize actions in in response to the situation on the ground. So the funding that is allocated for by certain or different partners sometimes are not flexible. So we want to insist on this point about flexibility. There should be flexibility by the partners, development partners. They should be able to really consider this point in their project planning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Governor. Colleagues, we are now moving to our next panelist, and she's none other than Madam Makasa Mwenya. Is a principal refugee officer in the Office of the Commissioner for Refugees from the head office under the Ministry of Home Affairs and Internal Security from Zambia. With more than 10 years of experience in refugee work, she's also the government coordinator for the upcoming project called Modernization of Refugees and Host Communities Approach Project, which is currently at the project preparation stage and expected to be financed by the World Bank. Now, Madam Makasa, considering that you're one of those who is coming from a non-Igad country, we would like you to share with us your experience in integration of refugees and displacement-affected population into the local development planning. And probably you could also share with us your experience in transforming refugee camps into settlements, and what are the lessons that have been learned. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, moderator. As already been introduced, I'm Makasa from Zambia. I just want to thank the Igad Secretariat for giving us an opportunity to be part of this meeting, and also to colleagues from the World Bank for suggesting that we come and take part. In addition, as you know, Zambia is in the southern part of Africa, not most common to everyone here who's from the Igad region. But if you look at forced displacement and refugees and asylum seekers, it's the same problems that we have, whether it's Igad, whether it's ECOWAS, whether it's Southern Africa. So it was good to listen to some of the presentations yesterday made by the different presenters, and also the communities, to see that we have the same problems, whether in Southern Africa or East Africa. We are the same people everywhere, with people moving from one place to another. So let me start by the integration of refugees and displacement people. So the total population of refugees, asylum seekers, and former refugees, I just thought I should give you a bit of background for Zambia. We have just over 100,000 persons of concern who come from just Zambia's neighbors. So Zambia, like I think it was Dr. Limlim yesterday who said Uganda is a land-linked country. Zambia is equally the same. We are surrounded by 7 other countries. So it's a very porous border. So you have a lot of people coming in when you have instability around, in the other countries. So for Zambia, in terms of development, local level development and the refugees, we are governed mainly by the 8th National Development Plan. But with this 8th National Development Plan, we have small documents that build up and have priorities to foster development. So if you look at Maheva, for example, we have 3 major refugee settlements, and particularly I'll speak about one, Maheva, which is in northwestern of Zambia, which houses almost 40,000 refugees. So with that refugee settlement, if you look at the district where it's situated, it has a host population of half. Actually, the refugees are almost the same level, same number of people of the host community. So in terms of planning for services, initially, the local councils would not consider plans in the refugee settlements because they considered it a UNHCR area. So because of partners coming in, different development partners coming in, then there would be very limited development. So for example, the same settlement I'm talking about has been in existence for many years, from I think 1971. But if you look at the development that's there, is very minimal compared to other areas. So what was decided was that the partners amongst them in the district thought that it would be good for them to foster development, not only for the local community, but also the refugees, because unfortunately the refugee situation in Zambia is very protracted. So we have refugees from as back as 1940, 1950. So these people are not going back. Some of them, if you go to those areas, some of them even speak the local language better than I do. So they're not going back. They're there to stay with us. So if you look at the development, mainly you look at what can be done, what services can be done. We've had development partners go into the settlement and do different projects, but because they do them in silos, they don't have the right social and economic impact that it should be, realized from all that money that is spent. So within the local community and then the local government that is in that district, because we have ward level, then we have district, then we have provincial, and then we have national level. So the district level decided that in order to foster development to an area that has more people than the local refugees that are more than the local people, it's better to work together as different partners using a one government approach. So they came together, did develop the local area plan. So the local area plan in that, it's actually the first for Zambia, where you have a refugee settlement that has developed a local area plan with the local community and the local municipality. So they went in, did the local area plan, but also not only getting ideas from the locals, but both the locals and the refugees. So using focus group discussions to sit and collect information to see what development they would like in the particular area that they live in. In addition, so we also have different services that are offered in the settlement. I think yesterday there was a question on something to do with education. How does the government come in to incentivize the government workers? In our case, we have schools, we have clinics, of course not what we would like them to be, but we have government workers that are actually paid by the government in those settlements, providing a service to the refugees. So that's some of the things that, you know, other countries can pick a leaf from, because our development is not segregated, not because they're refugees, they won't get the development, but having one approach and sending government workers to actually provide the service to the refugees and the host community. And then also the local council has got funds called the Constituency Development Fund. So these funds not only go to different districts, but also to the refugee settlement. So if you look at the settlement I was referring to earlier, it has some based on the local area plan that was developed, because you can't administer constituency development funds without a local area plan. So since now the local area plan has been developed, then now the constituency development fund can be used to foster development in the settlements. So you have the local councils there developing their settlements and asking refugees and the host community what kind of services they have. So in this local area plan, I'll give you 2 or 3 examples that we have. Education in Zambia is free from early childhood to grade 12. You only pay for tertiary. So this constituency development fund goes to helping some of the schools in the settlement to provide learning materials, so your desks where the students sit, and any other learning materials that the school would need. And then also the council gave a certain amount, because we don't have, in all our refugee settlements, we don't have electricity. So UNHCR pledged some money to put electricity in the settlement, but also the local council has reserved some money also to help with that. But also we're hoping that with the new project of the World Bank, we can pull more electricity, because the money, the resources that we have would not power the whole of the settlement.
Are there any specific lessons that we can learn from the way you've been implementing that program?
I think in terms of incentivizing workers, we have government workers that work in there. So other governments can learn by mainstreaming that. We had countrywide recruitment of health personnel and teachers. So some of those teachers were sent to the settlements to work, and then medical personnel as well. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Madam Makasa Mwenya. It is very clear the participatory local action planning process helps in integration. It's very clear in terms of financing the implementation of the local area action plans. And I think this is, we can borrow a leaf from that, the way that integration has been done down south. It's now my pleasure to invite a colleague from the International Rescue Council, is Jamin Mwendandu Kuswania. He's a dangerous substitute for Eliza, who has not been able to join us. But he's a seasoned professional with a diverse background in advocating for migrants and promoting legal rights. He's currently a senior advocacy manager at the International Rescue Committee in Kenya, with the role of engaging policymakers for refugee socio-economic inclusion, collaborating with actors on refugee financial inclusion, and engagement of communities and others. Jamin, you're very welcome to join us in this session, session 6. And my question to you is, from the experience of implementing of your urban program, and integrating the delivery of services such as livelihood into the county and the districts, how have you been able to align and integrate service delivery in the planning?
Thank you.
And probably you can also combine and tell us specific recommendations of how you would like to enhance the local government engagement in development responses to meet the needs of the displaced populations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One of the things, and it's the International Rescue Committee. So one of the things that we see, especially for local government and counties that is in Kenya, is that the refugee management is at the national level. But then we also acknowledge that at the national level, we have policies, which is mainly what the national government will be doing. But in terms of access to services and provision of services, it's actually the local government, it's actually the counties that actually provide these kind of services. We see that physical integration is actually something that exists within the local authorities and where refugees reside. They reside side to side with the host communities that we see. But policy integration and processes integration is actually one of the things that we have then been able to see missing, to be able to see that then refugees can fully be integrated within the local authorities and the counties where they actually exist. In both what you will see in both Kenya for urban refugees and also for Kampala for urban refugees, there is a realization that refugees who live in urban areas need to be self-reliant. That call that refugees will need to be self-reliant comes with various aspects. That then there is less investment in funding for humanitarian for these particular urban refugees. There is less development financing for refugees in these particular localities. The problem with that is that it then becomes difficult for them to be able to access skills, for them to be able to access markets, for them to be able to access education, and so that becomes one of the biggest problems. In our work of engagement with the city authority in Kampala and the county government of Nairobi, we realized that we have about 4 key areas that are critical if then we are going to have self-reliance for these population. And we looked at aspects of economic inclusion as important. We looked at aspects of social cohesion and integration as important. We looked at aspects of skilling as important. And the other aspect is on social protection and advancing to social safety nets. Our engagement with these particular city authorities has then been able to look at how then can we be having refugees presence within the market space, the market committees, because then they need to be able to fend for their own families. The second aspect has been linking them with departments of youth and social services, based on looking at the inclusion of refugees at the community level in both sports activities, in both conversations and participation activities that exist at that particular level. And I echo what Zambia has actually spoken about, that aspect of public participation at that particular level. The second aspect has been looking at how can we have integrated development plans. In Kenya, for instance, we usually have 5-year development plans, and now we have a development plan running from 2023 all the way to 2027. And the city of Nairobi has been able then to include refugees as part and parcel in terms of the planning processes, which is something that we have been working on. The other aspect is the linkage of refugees within the existing networks of the hosting local authorities. One of the reasons that we realized that we have less self-reliance amongst the refugees in urban areas has also been the lack of being networked with the structures that exist. And the structures that exist are both the market committees, they are equally security networks that exist at the very community level. We have health committees that exist at that particular level. So how then we can then be able to have that particular linkage. Also on skilling and training, especially for the youth who constitute to be part of the biggest population that we see, taking them through the vocational training institutions at the various cities so that they can then be able to acquire a skill and go out there at the market. So though we have been able to do this, we still think that we have recommendations that could be able to enhance the coexistence, the self-reliance, the integration of refugees within these particular local authorities and the county governments that we have. And one of them is the aspects of policy integration. That though we have national policies that then would speak about refugees at the very local authority level, and I like what the mayor said, is that how do we have then the policies at the local level then integrating refugees within the various structures that exist. And this is borne by the fact that the local authorities and the county governments are critical to the provisions of services, and that is actually very vital. The second recommendation is the actioning of the plans and the planning processes, because what we have been able to see is that though refugees have been included in local authorities and the county governments in terms of the plans, we do not have matching funding that goes into the support of some of the needs that they could be having. And I'll give an example. That though refugees will be included in those particular plans, aspects of social protection, safety nets, bursaries for persons who want to go to institutions and for education purposes, we see that it is lacking. And so, yes, we are happy that we have moved the very first step as local authorities and county governments, including them into plans. But the next aspect is that then how then do we fund that particular inclusion so that then it can be able to, we can be able to realize the change that we intend to see. And this is both for local governments, but also for donors and other institutions that even when we fund, then we can be able then to fund the local authorities to be able to provide services to these particular populations that they are having. The other recommendation, and was mentioned in Zambia, is how then do we have partner coordination towards achieving the area-based programming and approach. In some of the local authorities and government, then you'll hear the aspects of organizations operating then in silos. And then it becomes difficult for us then to be able to marshal together and have a realization of the change in a big magnitude, because everybody is doing their thing in a very small way. And now moving towards, for instance, GRF and cities making pledges, it is then our expectations that those particular city pledges then would be matched by both donors but also partners, so that then we can be able to work together to the realization of these particular changes that we are pursuing for refugees and host communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jamin, just a common question across the board. I would like you to indicate to us what is the desired change that you would like to see happening in your various countries with respect to integration of refugees at your level, starting with the mayor of Koboko.
The desired change that I expect to see is that there should be more focus on the data. And now for Uganda, given our open door policy, all the cities, urban areas in Uganda, refugees can settle. And therefore, it's very important that we start to achieve the desired change with more emphasis on a segregated data. If we were to go by the shift from humanitarian to development response, and then we need to ask the right question. And when we ask the right questions, we get the right answers. And the right question can be asked if we were informed by data. And then my second desired change is that there should be more focus on the local governments. Local governments are actually the first government. And if you are to succeed with development response in such a way that we can sustainably manage it, and then we must build a capacity of the local governments, because it is the local governments that have direct impact. They ask the mayors, the commissioners who are really directly linked to the local government. So I expect that more focus be put on local governments if we are to go by the current shift from humanitarian to development response.
Thank you very much. Can you pass over the microphone to the mayor of Baidoa?
Thank you. I would like to say that decentralization of the services up to the community level is very important, and implementation of the city strategies in order to adapt the cities, the influx of IDPs and the integration of the inclusive city planning. And also we like also to focus on more on development perspective than humanitarian. Somalia has been on humanitarian response for the last 30 years, and still people are still in need. So we would like to go on more on focus on the development projects that to enhance the economic capabilities of the vulnerable communities, IDPs, and also the refugee returnees in the country, and also focusing on the more on water infrastructure in the country, which we can see that the urban cities are overpopulating, so there is more need on water. As you could see from the video, we lose a lot of millions of meter cube of water every rain season. So after the rain stops, we also are lacking water, and for the last 3 dry seasons. So we need to focus more on the water development infrastructure in our areas, and also enhancement of the city revenues is also very important. The cities to be able to respond at the community level responses in their respective location. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we now hear from Prefect Abdul Malik of Al Sabeh? What is the desired change that you'd like to see?
So for me, I'm going to talk about a point that is important, because when you are talking about integration of refugees and development, and to take into account the developed in the country, that the legal frameworks, the development plans at the regional and at the national level. And so these plans and actions with actions are going to, as the other colleagues have said, are important. That is for energy, health, education. And so the different activities have been developed. And so the problem we have today is that through the Dr. DEEP project or the UNHCR and financing from partners, the fear we have today for Djibouti, the problem is not having durability of these activities that are being brought. And so the objective is that for displaced people to actually come out of these difficulties and whether in the other countries. And so we do not need to add other difficulties apart from the financial difficulties that are there. And so in Djibouti, if you look at, and I said this yesterday, if you look at the number of the Djibouti population, the proportion is big, and so it is more than 3% of displaced people that Djibouti receives. And so all the services have been put in place concretely, and the only problem is that the partners no longer assist us in these activities, which needs to be sustainable. The objective is actually to ensure that those who are displaced are independent, especially those from the other countries. And so the main difficulty that I will say once again, and which the partners need to know, is actually to integrate the refugees financially, and also not to enable integration within the country. So Igad, however, the headquarters of Igad is in Djibouti, but Djibouti benefits the least. So I'd like to ask Igad to do a lot of advocacy so that Djibouti can receive the necessary support. Thank you.
That's very loud and clear. Igad should do a little bit more for Djibouti. That is hosting. It is headquarters. And then we get to Madam Makasa Mwenya. What are the desired changes that you would like to see, considering that we are soon going into the GRF? Probably this could inform what we present at the GRF.
Thank you, moderator. So I'll start with one. Development and humanitarian actors from the very start that you receive refugees. So we have, I'll give you an example of Zambia. You have refugees that have stayed in the settlement from the 1940s, but all of a sudden you cut food supply to them and expect them to learn how to be self-reliant. So if we start humanitarian actors and development actors start from the beginning of arrival, helping them and teaching them how to be self-reliant will be one of the good things that we do, because then you ensure that you instill them being self-reliant from the very start. Also an issue of development of districts where you have reception areas. So we concentrate more on where the refugees are going to reside in the settlements or the camps, but you forget about the districts or towns where they arrive just when they come. If you go to most of the areas, our borders are very porous, so if you go to most of the areas, you will be shocked at what is happening there. There is very little development, but those people sacrifice their land and their time to receive people, but then there's nothing to show for it. And then tertiary education funding, I don't think there's enough resources that is allocated for refugee children who want to go into tertiary education. those would be my 3 takeaways.
Thank you very much. And lastly, Jamin.
I think for me, the change that we would want to see is the lifting up of both policy and process barriers for refugees to be fully integrated within the host communities. Secondly is more investment in both for urban refugees towards development aspects, because then that becomes a key integrated planning and programming for these particular populations. So then we do not have silos. We have an area-based approach where the county or the local authorities can be able to provide services to this particular population, because then the funding is also channeled to those particular local authorities rather than operating in silos. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that is what has come out of these panelists. They have identified the challenges that the various local governments are facing in terms of financing, in terms of capacity, in terms of the policy and legal frameworks, and they have made specific recommendations that we need to do. The specific one being there is need for data. We're talking about the numbers, but we do not have the data. So if we're going to do realistic planning, we need to have to take that into consideration, that as we plan for service delivery, we need to know the numbers that we are planning for. 2, that we need also to ensure that the policy is clearly aligned, right from the national level to federal level to the city level. Policy should be clearly aligned to support the integration. A number of efforts that have been done to promote the development initiatives, I think, have provided key lessons that we can build on. Key in those is, if we are to enhance the integration, then let it be seen in action, not just talking about integration on paper, but let's see the integration happening in everything, in every aspect of our lives. The issue of tertiary access to tertiary education, I think, is important. Self-reliance has come up clearly. The issue of more funding is required to support the efforts of integration. I would now like to give an opportunity to 1 or 2. We still have some few minutes. To some 4 from the audience who are willing to, who would like to either contribute or make comments or ask questions. Yes, I have the hand. There's 1, 2, 3. I think those 3. Can you pass over the microphone to those 4? And after that, we shall go to the next item on our agenda. Thank you. Introduce yourself. You may also wish to identify which panelist you'd like the questions to go to, or it's just a general comment.
My name is John Darby. I work as Deputy Commissioner for Refugee Affairs in the Republic of South Sudan. I really like so much the discussion around the local government integration process and all the aspects that has been shared. I have few observations. One is, we take for example Koboko, which is actually bordering 3 countries border. 2 countries, Sudan, South Sudan and Congo, DRC, and Uganda. So we have people coming across the border. Sometimes they have different objectives crossing the borders. Sometimes it is relatives on the other side they follow. Now, how do we really document this group of people, and yet some of them do not even show up for asylum. Some of them, they are there. They live in the area. So how do we really get to manage this group of people so that the integration processes takes them into consideration, because they also put a lot of stretch on the services of the local government and county or whatever government. That's the first. The second thing I would like to really highlight is that as we sit here, we discuss things. Yes, the contexts are different. We saw Somalia example, with the flooding and all these things and so on. Now, we saw Koboko with so many people in that, and I like the idea from the experts. So how do we get out of here with something tangible that we can go back and count on to do as member states, or as a district, or as a county? Because for our case, we refer to it as a county, and in other member states it's a district. But it doesn't make a difference. It is the same kind of lower level government level for administration and so on. So those are two issues that I want to leave with you. Thank you.
Can I just send one back to you? What would you recommend in terms of a takeaway that we can go with back home?
No, that would be later for my, but this is what I give to you, because you have to, because really, there is a short-term, medium-term, and long-term perspective, because really this is what, if we get out of here with 1 or 2, 3 important, significant issues that we can nail on, then it makes a difference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Okay. No, she can finish, then you can come on. Please go ahead, since you have the microphone.
Okay, thank you. My name is Annette Omolo, with the World Bank in the Kenya Country Office, working on Dr. DIP. My question is to Sanya, the mayor for Koboko. You mentioned that leadership is very critical for integration, and that's a very important lesson. And also, then one of the strategies you said was skilling, but I wanted to understand more what you're doing in terms of what structures and systems you've put in place for the integration.
Thank you very much. I can pass the microphone to the other colleague.
Okay, thank you. My name is Khidra Tom from Ethiopia. I have one question to my brother from the Baidwa. He said we have challenge from the climate change, but in his presentation or plan, he is not mentioned the mechanism or the way how can improve or how can eradicate it, the climate change, like green legacy, afforestation, and planting trees, energy options to save the environment. Again, I have one recommendation regarding to the development and the integration policy. It needs the commitment of all of the stakeholders. Because from yesterday up to today, we said we have the barrier of finance from the donors and from the local. So it needs commitment for all stakeholders, to implement it. The policy or national policy or strategy is not enough. The development policy, it is the comprehensive human security development or issues according to the modern definition of the human security. The development plan, it is the comprehensive. It includes food security, economic security, healthy, water, energy, so that this plan, it needs commitment. That is what I need to suggest or to recommend it Thank you very much.
So what, if I throw it back to you, what is it to demonstrate the commitment? Is it just to say I'm committed, or there's evidence to prove that this shows commitment?
Okay. To improve the commitment, first, I think here we have World Bank, we have another donors.
So in other words, we are saying it should be supported by funding, by financing.
Yeah,
Okay.
funding and supporting.
Yes, the next one now.
And the follow-up of the policy.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
All right, and lastly.
Right, thank you, moderator. My name is Robert Leomoy, a refugee representative. In fact, I'm very happy and I congratulate the panelists for their best presentation. However, I want to request you to lower my question down from the platform there to Igad. Yeah, according to the recommendations they have been making here, it's really very interesting and it looks developmental. Now, I want to understand from Igad if they could be in a position of at least shedding light more as I look at them as the oversight. So what are they trying, or what mechanism will they make so that the government responsible for all these recommendations can do their best so that this thing is put in practice? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert. What mechanism is needed to ensure that government can implement or can fulfill their commitments? Yeah. So that is the final one, and then I'll get back to the panel, and after that I'll invite another colleague who is going to share with us on another subject matter. Yes, please give her the microphone.
Thank you so much, moderator, for the good moderation as well. Again, my name is Flaviana Charles Mayuta. I'm a Tanzanian based in Burundi as a director for gender, women and children, but also refugees and the humanitarian issues. I want to commend first for the very, very good presentations and the discussions which is going around. It's very, very educating. And my question, number one question goes to Somalia. You have shown us the picture at the beginning of the presentation before we started the discussion. And when you look at the pictures, they're very fascinating, but at the same time, very touching. Number one, what I've noted from the picture, because the moderator said to watch, listen, observe. And then I noted the houses have been built in the wetlands. And my question to you, how do you ensure the sustainability of those structures? Because when you look at it, there is a lot of climate change which is going on, and the areas, when I was watching, I couldn't see the trenches and all the system that they will make sure that they ensure that there's a stability of that area. That is number one. And the second thing goes to Koboko, the mayor. Thank you so much for that. I could see, when you were presenting, I could see that kind of enthusiasm within you, that the urge to change and to bring changes within the community. And that is within you. And you say that it's all about leadership. And I'm seeing that leadership in you, but I just want to know the system in place that has been put in place to ensure the sustainability of what you have done. Because it's you driving the change and what you have because of that kind of pain and that age of seeing the changes within the community. But we know after you, there is another person who is coming. And the issue of language, how did you make sure that, because now I know 3 the countries that they're coming together, how did you ensure those people are learning other language? Because for you, you said you're speaking 3 languages, but how about the people who are coming there with different language? How did you unite them? Because I know language is a unifying factor. Thank you so much, moderator, for the time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. there was so much that we saw from the video. Almost everything was trying to show the challenge. There was firewood issue, there were no trees, and you'd imagine where are these people getting the trees from. All right, so let me now go to, I think the first one is Mayor Koboko. John put the question to you.
Thank you very much. Let me begin with the last one. My sister.
How do you document?
Yes.
Oh, you are starting with the last one?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, I can start the other way.
Go ahead.
Okay. Let me begin with the last one. Koboko Municipal, there's one language we speak. We call it Kakwa. We are Kakwas in Congo. John Darby is a Kakwa from South Sudan. I am a Kakwa from Uganda. There's another one who's not here. He's a Kakwa from DRC Congo, but he's already there at home. There's one language that we speak, is Kakwa. Now, the only thing that we have not integrated is the accent. We have not integrated the accent. John Darby speaks Kakwa with the accent of Arabic. I have a brother who's not here but is in Congo. He speaks Kakwa with French because the colonialists, it's the French who colonized Congo. And I am here, the brother to Darby, I speak Kakwa with the English accent. That's the only thing I'm left to integrate. How do I integrate the language to speak purely Kakwa, which is in Koboko? That's the only bit. But at other things, the processes of integration have started, others are already integrating. So that is one response. So Kakwa is the universal language. As long as you go to any market, you know Kakwa, you are good to go. If you know a bit of Kiswahili, not of Tanzania and Uganda and Kenya, the one of Uganda which is dead, we speak dead Kiswahili, I'm told you Kenyans stay like this. You can still buy something because Congolese speak Swahili. You can go to the market and speak Arabic. A number of us speak Arabic, Juba Arabic. And then Lingala, because we dance their music, we speak a bit of it. So these are unifying factors, and it has made integration very, very easy. That's why I say language plays a key role. You come from DRC, you don't have to go to a learning school of Kakwa. You simply go to the market and put your cassava there, you sell, and tomorrow you get money. That's the uniqueness of that city. So I have no way as a mayor to say we don't integrate. We have to integrate. On sustainability, I'm aware about it. Everything rises and falls to leadership. You know that. Everything rises and falls to leadership. I am very aware about it. I am a politician. In 2 years, either I may go home, or maybe I want to upgrade or even fail an election. And therefore, because of my passion to seeing that we integrate, I have built a system to making sure that even if I'm not the mayor tomorrow, somebody can take off and go. So what have I done? We have institutionalized integration. We have put in our 5-year development plan. Our 5-year development plan has, we have taken integration as a cross-cutting issue in our 5-year development plan. Everything is integrated. Education, we have integration there, health, livelihood, planning. But the most important that I want to exercise, which is for sustainability, is the planning. Our planning process in Uganda is village-based. Koboko Municipal has 36 villages, and all these refugees, these brothers live in those refugees. Okay? Now, the planning that begins there, we make sure that everybody is mobilized to attend the planning process. And in the planning process, we make sure that we have a deliberate attempt to get the input, the contribution of refugees who are living in those villages, so that when we implement 2 or 3 of their priorities, we are able to, they feel that they are part and parcel of the village. And therefore they can be able to they own the town. So the whole philosophy, ideology is that I want everybody to own the town by making sure that we pick 2 or 3 ideas that are from them. One example I can give you is that we have a functional trauma center in Koboko Municipal and a psychosocial mental health unit, which was an idea developed by the refugees. The local people don't think there's need for psychosocial. But the refugees say, no. We think we need to have a trauma and counseling center so that they can talk to each other. Our brothers are coming from everybody's traumatized. So we have translated this trauma center into reality. Now we have a functional trauma center in Koboko which is being run by the South Sudan Refugee Association and the Congolese Refugee Association together with the Ugandans. So the three are all in that center. So if you want anything about all of us, you go to that center, which you have constructed, courtesy of the funding from European Union, to make sure that we talk to one another there. I also went for counseling there. Sometimes I was feeling, I had malaria, but I realized there was need. So they spoke to me, I got well.
And lastly,
and then on my question to my sister from the World Bank is that our systems are all, our planning systems are already they are integrated. We are now going into urban expansion, which I think I want to thank Cities Alliance. I realize as a mayor, the biggest challenge we are going to have in the future is cheap housing. People are going to begin fighting because maybe a refugee comes and settles in an open space in an gazetted area. So we say, let's plan beyond our boundaries. And in our urban expansion, which is beyond our boundaries, we are now looking at, how do you look at the future occurrence of more people who come to the municipality? Because of the structures we have in the municipal, we have a pull factor. More of them are coming there. We speak the same language. The leadership is really straight towards integration. So I get more of this influx coming. But I say now, what do we do about the future? We have to plan beyond, but we focus more on cheap housing for this category of people. So the structures are there. And on skilling is part of the period. Now we're doing planning. So far we have skilled 600 young people on tailoring, civil engineer brickworks and mechanics. And we get for them where to sit, but they must pay some small money as trading licenses to tell them that they're part of system of, they own it. So this skilling is part of our structure. Our community development officer has to put money. We have a budget line for skilling that we put. However small it is, we put it there so that we can be able to look at the most vulnerable category of the refugees. Especially we focus on the single mothers. And then finally, on the issue of John Dabi, we have invested very heavily in the data. And I'm an advocate of data. You can't be a mayor of a municipality or a city if you don't have information about data. And therefore, a mayor must make a decision based on data across the board. So that when you make a decision, you can get a very positive response to address key issues. So for us, the villages, even if today, John W. go to Koboko village, I'll get to know it on my phone. Here in Nairobi, I will know John W. is in this village. So we have a system now that we have localized the village. If you come and settle in village A, the LC1 of that area will have to issue an ID. But the serial number of that ID is punched in a system. Once it enters, it enters my phone as if I'm getting mobile money. Actually, every time I look, I think it's money, kumbe it is those data from the refugees. So we have decentralized our system of data collections, and that's why I'm advocating that maybe one of the take homes that we maybe can take to to the global fora is they need to build a capacity of local governments which are hosting refugees to be able to have data. So that when we talk in a forum like this, we talk with statistics. And when we inform donors that Koboko has 23,908 refugees as of this morning, maybe even it maybe go more, we talk from an informed point of view. And I think that's what's very important for me.
All right. Thank you very much, Mayor. In the interest of time, we are going to move fast. The colleague was asking about, from the Mayor of Baidoa, what are the mechanisms to address the climate change challenges that we saw in your video?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. As I've already mentioned that in Somalia, the climate change is something very new to us compared to the other world. So people and the government is also very unconscious about the effect of the climate change. And the municipality advocated that a lot of the climate resilience programs and the climate change programs, climate financing programs that comes to the municipality up to the community level systems, that people to be aware on how can they respond in terms of the embossing early warning systems and also the barbarian plans in the future. As you can see that what was happening in the Far East Asia is now happening in Somalia, particularly in Baidoa. This has caught our attention that how this is very serious. And we are thinking of the developing preparedness plans and the climate action plans that also in boosting that building, changing also our structures, designs like building regulations and the building code is as per your question is. As you could see from the video, the area was very blunt. It has a drainage system and it did affect the water flows. But how we can also develop into a citywide drainage system. We have discussions with the World Bank also considering that developing a citywide drainage system is, and also the other side is how also we can benefit this rainwater by also building dams in the city. So one is a negative side, other one is a positive side. So the positive side is also benefiting harvesting this rainwater. As you can see, there is a dry river in the city. So during the rain season, all this water flows outside without benefiting anyone. So we are advocating that developing dams that can also assist a sustainable water for Baidoa. The other thing is also developing a citywide drainage systems also to manage the effect of these drainage systems, and also developing early warning systems, area-based approaches, and also community awareness raising to be aware that community are fully aware about this. Because when we are saying that they are very unconscious according to the city planning, so we are advocating for city planning, so people could also settle in appropriate place where the water passes during the rain season is. So this is all the mechanisms that we are going to use. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the issue of climate change is not only in Somalia. Yesterday I saw on the news, Homa Bay was flooded, and that is here in Kenya. The other day in Uganda, a number of bridges were swept. So it's a regional issue. And we cannot just localize it, but we need to find out a solution for it. As we try to do the drainages, as we try to do the dams, as we try to do this, it's more like treating symptoms. But we need to get to the root causes of it. So, colleagues, finally, I think John raised something which is thrown back to all of us, and specifically to Igad Secretariat. I think Igad needs to sieve out all these and put them in short-term, medium-term, and long-term recommendations that is coming from this session. Yes. So you answer the issue of how Igad, what mechanism is there for Igad to ensure that governments commit the necessary resources to implement some of these positions. And that is going to be our last submission from Igad. Then I will invite Abraham Casso, yes, from the floor, from the Regional Migration Fund.
Thank you so much, moderator, and thank you, colleagues who asked about the role of Igad. As mentioned yesterday, Igad is a political organization, and if you remember yesterday, the convening power and others. So Igad has a very strong governance structure, which maybe allow us to have a mechanism to take the recommendation from those forums like this and then take it to the policy maker levels. For example, whatever is out of this meeting, we have immediately the minister in charge of the refugees and the interior and all this. And last week we were having a stock take meeting. If this meeting was happened to be before, we would just table it to them, the recommendation. This is one level. The other level we have that political that I mentioned, we have Committee of Ambassador of Igad, Igad Secretariat report to them. We have a council of ministers where we have the ministers of foreign affairs, they take, and then the last one, the head of states. And all of you know the Nairobi process was spearheaded by the head of states. And even that declaration, it was the whole process from the technical expert, the ambassadors and the ministers, and then reach to the head of state. Similarly, whatever decision, whatever outcome from various forums that Igad has, we table to the policymaker. One example, issues of refugees. Before, they were not very high in the agenda, honestly. Issues related to cross-border, they are not high. Those people, unfortunately, they don't have voice, even they don't have representation in the country, even in the high level in the parliament. Igad have been given this by the countries themselves, the head of state, to focus on the issue related to cross-border and vulnerable population, like refugees and other IDPs. So I think we took those assignments, and we are trying to bring the people affected, people who are vulnerable, with all the stakeholders, and then take those recommendations to the policymakers so that we can make the change that is needed. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. My colleague from Igad. Igad has the convening power of all the member states, and if we get the presidents or the heads of states to adopt and commit themselves, then we know that they can be able to implement this at their national level. Colleagues, we have one other submission from the floor, and it's my pleasure to invite Ibrahim Kasso, who is from the Refugee Regional Migration Fund, to make a statement, and after that we shall be able to close.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you all the mayors for a very good presentation and sharing of experience. Just I want to second what my colleague Elduma has said on the political front. I think he responded to that question. Just to give you a highlight of really what other initiatives that Igad is doing to support local government in terms of providing service to communities. Maybe my intervention directly respond to some of the questions that the Governor of Alisabe has mentioned, what Igad is doing really to support member state with respect to supporting refugee programs. So there is regional migration fund programs that Igad is spearheading in the region, mainly to target refugee under one of the refugee windows, and also cross-border areas for migrant and host communities. Let me focus on the issue on the investment window too, on the refugee hosting areas. This initiative is supporting host community and the refugees through two different means. One is by creating jobs through infrastructure development. I would like to cite examples of Alisabe, where we have a plan for market center development in refugee hosting area of Ali Ade and Alisabe, which can create jobs and also gives economic opportunity for host community and also the refugees themselves. My colleague governor is very much in charge of coordinating that with the local government. This will help the local government to relieve the pressure on the existing basic services that government is providing for refugees. This will be a support for that one. And also providing a center for orientation of refugees, how their rights and their protections will be given, and how they can report and get registration, the different services from the government. So I'd like to say Igad is also supporting member state in terms of encouraging and managing refugees and providing basic services so that the local government in the member state is very much on board. With respect to the implementation arrangement for the Regional Migration Fund, it's more or less like the Dr. DIP, but with a slight implementation arrangement, which is through non-government organizations. In terms of planning, I think it's a lot has been said where community is as center in terms of community-driven development programs. This is also the same as we have a community-level investment planning and exercise where community puts the priorities and also confirm what are the critical needs in terms of setting out the potential of the area for the development which we mainly call it area-based development approach, which all of us has been speaking yesterday, where refugees and host communities, and for the corridor and migration corridor areas, migrants are as a center of the initiative. So in a nutshell, there are programs that are already ongoing that are covering the entire Igad region, which all member states are benefiting in the refugee hosting localities. Djibouti is the first intervention location for refugee, but we'll be moving into other refugee hosting areas in the Igad region. With is specific to migration corridors and the host communities, we have programs that already initiated in 4 cross-border areas in Moyale between Kenya and Ethiopia, Togo Wachale between Ethiopia and Somalia, and again we are going to Nimule and Elegu, South Sudan, and Uganda for a migration corridor and supporting disadvantaged people that my colleague Elduma has been mentioning, which are far from the capitals usually and forgotten, and their voices are not heard in terms of access to basic services. So this program is also complementing in one way or another the Dr. Deep initiative that Igad and the member states are already implementing in the region. Thank you, moderator. I don't want to be between you and the lunch, just to make this intervention and have in mind this also Igad's other engagement in addition to Dr. Deep, that's complementing the work on refugee and also migration. Thank you, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Ibrahim. Colleagues, can we give him a round of applause? Now let's give a very loud round of applause to this distinguished panelist. I saw some of you did not clap, but I forgive you. So on that note, that marks the end of session 6, and I think I've been requested to invite you for lunch. But you have earned the lunch, and I think it's going to take 40 minutes to be back when. To be back 2:30. Thank you very much. Bon appétit.
Colleagues, let's start the afternoon session and good after lunch. I see some side talk and side exchange are still going. I think we have a bit of time. Once we are done with this session, we have ample time for mingling and networking and further discussion on the subject. So let's make a bit, pay due attention to our last session of this workshop, the high-level conference on the development response to forced displacement in the Igad region. I would like to invite our moderator of afternoon session, Madam Nancy Aburi from UNHCR. She will moderate the next session on private sector contribution to livelihood, self-reliance, and local economic development in refugee hosting communities. I hope we have the quorum is full and we can start, except few of our colleagues who are outside. So without taking much of our time, I would like to give the floor to Madam Nancy to give introduction to the session and invite her panelists and take us through. Madam, over to you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch. I am Nancy Aburi, as you've just heard, and this is your 7th and last session. And this one is on private sector partnerships. So I hope you have enough energy to keep us through, because this promises to be a very engaging discussion. I'll invite our panelists to come up and join me. We have quite a good group of 5 panelists representing companies and also organizations that are working closely with private sector in partnerships. So please, Safaricom, Equity Bank in Komoko, the DAI, the SHARP project, I'm not going to tell you their names until they're on the floor, and DRC as well, it's represented. If you could please join me on the panel. And as they sit, I will provide some introduction to this session. The objective of this session aims to explore the enablers and constraints for private sector engagement and find opportunities to maximize the impact of the private sector in forced displacement context. I wish to, at this point, thank my colleagues at the Igad Secretariat for thinking about really bringing private sector into these conversations. I think this is really important that we do this, and so it's my pleasure to moderate this session. And why is this session important? The private sector has emerged as a key player in shaping the economic landscape of refugee hosting communities in the Igad region. With a focus on livelihoods, self-reliance, and local economic development, private sector enterprises have been instrumental in creating pathways for both refugees and host community members to build sustainable futures. The role of the private sector is therefore key in job creation. Through the establishment of businesses, ranging from small enterprises to mid-sized industries, the private sector has become a catalyst for employment, offering diverse opportunities that empower individuals to support themselves and their families. And same on entrepreneurship, driven in part by private sector investments that support local businesses and could lead to the growth of dynamic ecosystem of small and medium enterprises, fostering economic diversity and resilience. Private sector initiatives also that focus on skill development and training further enhance the capacity of individuals, equipping them with the tools necessary for active participation in the labor market. These initiatives not only enhance the employability of both refugees and host community members, but also contribute to the long-term goal of fostering self-reliance as displacement-affected individuals gain the expertise needed for sustained economic independence. Private sector engagement in the Igad region goes beyond traditional economic activities. I think this is the nature of our context. Many private sector activities contribute to the social and infrastructure development of refugee hosting communities. These include funding programs, healthcare facilities, and infrastructure projects, creating holistic approach to community well-being. And we have today represented on our panel companies who we know are doing exactly that and whose business purpose is driven by the well-being of communities that they operate in. The private sector's commitment to sustainable and socially responsible business practices is playing a pivotal role in shaping a more inclusive and resilient future for both refugees and their host communities across the Igad region. This all helps. They're telling me to speak slowly for translation. My apologies. My very sincere apologies. This all helps to reduce the risks associated with insufficient responsibility sharing under the Global Compact on Refugees by broadening, diversifying, and scaling the development financing base. And it is therefore my pleasure to introduce you to a very passionate panelists or panel that I have here. I happen to know them and I've sat with them over lunch, and I know they're very passionate individually, but also from their organizations. And before we came here, I asked each of them, why does it matter? Why does it matter that we go to a meeting like this and talk about private sector engagement? And each of them told me in their own different words that it's about sustainability. That came across quite broadly from the responses I got. So I know they're passionate as individuals, but their organizations and companies are also really passionate about the work they're doing. It's my pleasure, therefore, to introduce you to, from my left, we have Mr. Paul, and they will introduce themselves further shortly. Paul Joyce, he's the team leader strengthening host and refugee populations in Ethiopia under what many of us may know as the SHARP project. Sitting next to Paul, we have Sareline Wairimo. She's the Associate Director, Social Protection at Equity Bank, or Equity Group. And sitting next to Sareline, you have Alistair Cowan. And Alistair is with the Danish Refugee Council, working on their Refugee Investment Fund as the Regional Alternative Finance Coordinator. Next to Alistair, we have Makena Moria. She's the Managing Director for Inkomoko in Kenya. Last but not least, we have Benjamin Mackay, and Benjamin is the Senior Manager Technology for Development at Safaricom. Thank you, panelists, for being with us today. We hope that this session, we will have a good discussion for about 45 minutes. I will then welcome one respondent from the floor to reflect on what we will have heard, and then hopefully we have some questions and close by 4 o'clock. I wanted to start by talking to the panelists who are closely involved in the refugee hosting communities, investing in refugee hosting communities, advancing systemic change in those communities, attracting investment into those refugee communities. And so if I may start with you, McKenna. What is the private sector's motivation in engaging in forced displacement context? And to what extent has private sector inclusion led to investments in local infrastructure and contributed to broader community development in refugee hosting countries?
Thank you, Nancy. I just want to start saying that it's simply good business to be in these communities. I think many actors in the private sector and in the public sector really need to understand the economic potential that these markets have, these communities have, and they're thriving, communities. As in Komoko, we have worked in this space for over a decade, and we are proving the case that investing in refugee and host community entrepreneurs is good business. We have, over the last 11 years, supported over 60,000 entrepreneurs in refugee camps as well as urban settings across Rwanda, Kenya, Ethiopia, and now South Sudan, and will be expanding as well next year. So for us, what we've seen is that if you support these communities, either to start or upgrade their businesses, because they are thriving communities there, how do you support them? We support them with, with business capacity building and also direct access to capital. So we primarily support micro and small refugee entrepreneurs and giving them as little as $100 to $50,000. But what we've seen in terms of direct access, a repayment rate of 96%. Where do you hear that? Across many private sector areas. These people pay back. We, on average, I think we've done a lot of data in terms of digging. We invest on average, even without access to capital, we have costed it at around $79 per person. And what is the return on that? They create $200 per month in terms of income. So what are we saying? Private sector plays a huge role and has a huge motivation in terms of the potential of consumers, value chains, markets, investment potential, and we are trying to get more actors and private sector investment like the panelists that we have here to really prove the business case in terms of why it is really critical to be in these communities. And also from a business point of view, it just makes business sense.
Thank you. And Paul, following on to that here, what are the legal and policy and regulatory requirements that are needed for creating an enabling environment for this kind of private sector engagement, or even more?
Thank you. So I think there's two kinds of businesses I'd just like to talk about, and in that way talk about the regulatory policy framework. So one is the one that we tend to talk about a lot. I heard a lot of references to this yesterday, and another group of businesses that we don't talk about so much, but I think is really important to think about. So firstly, if we think about refugees who are running businesses, this is the first group of people. When they're competing with host community business, it really is not a level playing field. It's very, very difficult for refugees to compete. You end up in a situation that Yotam described yesterday, I think, where essentially refugees are going into the town, buying things, taking it back to the camp, and at a small margin. And I think we know the reasons for that. This came up a lot yesterday. This is really around freedom of movement. This is around recognition of refugee IDs. It's the ability to have a bank account. It's the ability to register your business and actually enter the economy in a formal way. And this is what people tell us everywhere that they want. There's a very clear business case, despite the fact that when you enter the formal economy, you have to start, you have to look at paying tax. But there's a very clear business case that every refugee I've spoken to in this situation understands and realizes they'll be better off if they were actually a registered legal business. I think this is the first thing, and this came up a lot yesterday. I know this is all increasingly part of the dialogue, and I see in the GRF pledges that a lot of this kind of stuff is there, and I think that's fantastic to see. Of course, we still have to implement that, which is a big job. I know for governments that's a really, really big and sometimes politically difficult job, but very, very important. Another part of this, I think, is access to finance. Again, it came up yesterday. And this is not necessarily about the ability to have a bank account. I just know in our context in Ethiopia that is allowed. But at this point in time, refugees cannot access finance for their business. It's impossible legally to access business loans, which essentially means if you're running your own business, you're restricted to the money that you can mobilize yourself, which tends to be quite small scale. So I think that's the first group of people. How can we remove the extra barriers that refugees face compared to their neighboring host communities? And I think we're aware now of what these things are. But then the other side is the host community businesses, the businesses that we really want to expand into refugee markets and to start including refugees in their supply chains, whether as consumers, as employees, as producers. And I think we have a couple of great examples on this panel. So how can we create the environment to incentivize, perhaps de-risk, companies that are perhaps in Nairobi or Kampala or Kigali or in Addis to start supplying their goods and services in very distant, high-risk markets, particularly with a lot of negative perceptions around refugees, frankly, from companies. So I think this is the thing we need to think about, how to incentivize companies to do business in a very new market, in a high-risk market, of which they often know very little about. But from our experience, and also it sounds like from Inkamoko, we know there is a good market there for the right company.
Yeah. Thank you, Paul. And when I talk to Safaricom, we will talk about this thing of perceived risk. But before I come to you, Alistair, how is the DRC, the Refugee Investment Fund, contributing to the economic inclusion of refugees and host communities and allowing them to sustain themselves and live dignified lives?
Yeah, so DRC, we have two approaches that we're tackling and implementing in Kenya and Uganda, and we are very much of the mindset of identifying things that make business sense for refugee entrepreneurs and small businesses. And we're kind of going beyond that and trying to understand how it could be commercially viable to invest and support businesses. And so we have an investment facility in Uganda that provides investment capital to businesses that have a clear impact on refugee and host communities across Uganda, and can, through the finance that we provide, which is concessional and impact linked, they can expand their operations further to refugee areas and refugee hosting areas, increase their refugee customer base, and ultimately employ refugees and host communities in areas that are currently underserved. And so by providing commercial finance, we're supporting the business to grow in a sustainable manner because they can repay the money, and for us, that is also good because then we can reuse the finance and we can crowd in impact investors. And from the community's perspective, they're able to access new opportunities in a sustainable manner because businesses are offering jobs as opposed to other programs, and we see that as more sustainable. We also have approaches here in Kenya where we're looking more at the micro level of entrepreneurship, which is similar to an Inkamoko perspective, where, again, we're trying to build the business case of refugee entrepreneurs as a viable customer base for banks. And there is data, and everyone knows that refugees repay, but banks are still very reluctant to lend to refugees. And so we've been working here in Nairobi, in various areas of Nairobi, to support refugees to access formal finance. And this is a formal loan from a commercial bank, and with all the normal processes of formalizing and passing the KYC and registering KRA and all of these processes. And by having a risk-sharing facility that is commercially focused, then we're actually encouraging KCB to take on the risk of lending to refugees where they wouldn't normally previously, whilst at the same time building the business case for the viability of these refugee customers in the hope that eventually there's no need for risk sharing, right? Banks should be able to lend directly to refugees because they can see, as Inkamoko are doing too, that it's commercially viable to lend to refugees.
Thank you. So what I've heard from the three panelists who are all working directly with refugees on private sector solutions is that it makes business sense. and that we need certain enabling environment for this to work and for us to scale it. So moving to the two companies we have represented here, Safaricom and Equity Bank, and I'll start with you, Benjamin, for the Safaricom part. How does a company like Safaricom, and more specifically, when it comes to a telco and a fintech like Safaricom, we talk a lot about connectivity being an enabler for financial inclusion. Can you tell us how a company like Safaricom, how you use your business purpose to contribute to economic and financial inclusion, self-reliance, as well as local development, but also how you are able to make that case as a company to invest your time and your money in these areas?
Thank you, Nancy. That's a loaded question. And let me start by saying Safaricom exists to transform lives, and it's a deliberate decision the business actually made to be purposeful. And we are guided by what we call 3 Ps as an organization. First is a purpose. The second one is people. And when we talk of people, we are talking of the partnerships which we create in a shared value manner, like the engagement we have with UNHCR. And eventually, much as most of our colleagues have talked of there being a business opportunity, looking at the profit or the business later. The reason why we do this is because we want to solve a problem. And once you solve an existing challenge, you will be able to make commercial sense out of it. But how are we able to do that? Nancy, you've asked us based on the already existing capabilities. But those capabilities might not really be relevant unless you have people you could work with and find the niche under which those capabilities can be utilized. It's through the partnerships Safaricom has forged with organizations like UNHCR and other like-minded partners that we've been able to craft specific solutions geared towards people who have been displaced, and more so refugees. Now, one of the biggest asset which we have is our financial inclusion service, which is the financial services M-Pesa. And ensuring that no one is left behind, we are working very closely with all the ecosystem actors to ensure that even the refugees and people in the refugee camps are able to transact, are able to leverage on the services which are provided. Is it that straightforward? We wouldn't say it is very straightforward, but we are so certain that with the right advocacy, with the right partnerships, we should be able to ensure that within the shortest time possible, they will be able to transact just like the normal residents or citizens of any particular country will do. Not sure whether I tackled your question appropriately, but I'm happy to go through it later.
We will keep talking about this. We will come back to it. But let us hear from Equity Bank and your own experience. If you could tell us a little bit about Equity Bank's group and how you're supporting entrepreneurship and the growth of small businesses, specifically in refugee hosting communities in Kenya, Uganda, across the region, and if you can share some of the approaches that you're adopting towards advancing financial inclusion.
Thank you, Nancy. Equity Group is, our purpose is heavily premised on transforming lives, giving dignity and expanding opportunities for wealth creation. So what that means is that we are very keen on inclusivity, very intentional about reaching the unbanked and the underbanked. And within that then you will find us operating in in the refugee context or forceful displacement context. We are serving refugees in our 6 countries of operation, that is Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, South Sudan, Rwanda, and DRC. Some of them would be heavily focused on internally displaced persons, South Sudan and DRC, while the rest of them we focus mainly on refugees. So what we do within the refugee context, initially we got into this space through cash transfer programs. through partnerships with the likes of UNHCR, other humanitarian actors, development agencies, we got to onboard refugees into our system. Again, also premised on that keen interest on inclusivity. So what we were providing is financial solutions towards transferring money from donor pockets to refugee pockets, providing innovative solutions and technologies that enable the donors move that money at least cost, minimizing leakages or eliminating leakages, ensuring that beneficiaries are able to access the stipends at the least cost or at zero cost. And within that conversation, then we asked ourselves, what more could we do? And we then decided, let's play a more sustainable role within this framework. And that is when we started discussions around capacity building for refugees, skills enhancement, getting into spaces around health, education, coming up with programs that are focused on food and agriculture, energy and environment, financial inclusion and enterprise development, and so on. And so for equity, we operate on what we call a twin engine model. We have the foundation, the Equity Group Foundation, that focuses on the social impact side, and we have the bank that focuses on the economic side of things. So for purposes of this conversation, I'll maybe highlight what we are doing on the banking side. And that would involve opening bank accounts for the refugees. So initially, as I mentioned, they were meant purely for execution of cash transfer programs, but eventually we expanded those accounts to become fully fledged. What that means is that beneficiaries or refugees or the rest of the vulnerable populations that we serve within the social protection framework are able then to access the entire suite or the entire bouquet of offerings. That means savings, loans or microcredit, insurance, payment, and other investment solutions. So with leveraging partnerships with a number of actors, we are just about to sign a partnership with IFC, who is securing us a guarantee or giving us a risk-sharing facility that will enable us to lend a little bit more than we do, or scale up our lending efforts to refugees. So as it is, and my friend from Inkomonko has already mentioned, the much that we have been able to lend to refugees, we can say that they are good repayers. So they repay well, but again, to be able to scale those efforts, we need such partnerships. So for us, it is really about financial inclusion for the refugees, capacity building and skills enhancement, financial inclusion and tailoring solutions that are fitted to their context. And within that framework, then we provide durable solutions or solutions that would enable the beneficiaries to move from humanitarian support or systemic reliance on humanitarian aid to a place of self-sufficiency and economic independence.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So in preparing for this session, like I said at the beginning, many of you talked about the role of private sector being that you bring sustainability to the efforts that many of us are making. And I also heard a little bit of frustration around how when we work, especially from a humanitarian context, crossing over to a development context, and relying a lot on aid, for instance, what is the role for private sector? What exactly is it that as private sector you are doing or you can be done to ensure that sustainability long after the development aid is gone? That's one part of my question, and this is a question for all the panelists. And the other part of that also is, what is it you would like to see when you know, in a room like this, you have multi-stakeholders from local government to national governments to intergovernmental organization, Igad here. What would you like to see more from this group of stakeholders? What would you like to see us do more of? You can answer both or any side of that question. Paul, shall I start with you?
All right, so we had time to think about this, but not the second part of the question. So I'll just tell you a story that last week I was in Kebrabaya, which is the oldest refugee camp in Ethiopia. I'm sure some people in the room have been to Kebrabaya before. For those that haven't, the camp and the town are very, very close to one another. De facto freedom of movement, and there is a very large market in Kebrabaya town. So to all intents and purposes, this is very accessible to refugees. So we started working with a guy called Shifo, who runs an agro-vet shop. This is like an agro dealer, 3.5 years ago. And at the time we were talking to him, his business was very small. He had very little stock. He had no working capital. And at the same time, the need for medicines and deworming and vitamins for livestock in this part of Ethiopia is very, very high. People were struggling to get those supplies. So very simply, we worked with Shifo. We helped him. We invested in his business. We got him a business loan from a local bank, Shabelle Bank, which allowed him to grow his business. We linked him to input suppliers, importers who are in Addis. Previously, he had no connection to them. So he was able to increase and improve the products that he had in his shop. And then I think critically, he not only sells in his shop, he also has a network of what we call community animal health workers and sales agents, including inside the camp. Yeah. So essentially, this guy was able to grow his business in the market. He could increase the number of customers, including in the refugee community, and he now has these linkages to financial institutions, which allows him to continue to grow and to input companies. And so we know just from this, it's a very, very simple intervention. He serves on average about 2,000 people every month, about half of whom are refugees. Yeah. So just when we were there last week, a lady happened to come in the shop who was a refugee. In Ethiopia, recently there's been a real problem with food. Food aid was suspended for 4 months, and this was really hard for people. I mean, food has now restarted. So we just asked this lady, how did you cope when there was no food? And she was a refugee. And she basically said, well, I keep goats. I buy goats, I fatten them up for a few weeks, and I sell them on. And she was just at that shop. She was buying deworming tablets and vitamins, which helped her to manage the health of her animals. So I think just from this, we've got many examples like this, where essentially it's a regional business owned by a member of the host community that are providing goods and services to refugees in a way that the business makes money, so it's sustainable and will continue long beyond our existence as a donor-funded program.
Thanks. I think a lot is already happening, but we can do more. Even just looking at such forums, just getting to be convened, a multi-stakeholder forum, where we all bring in our unique capabilities, complementary capabilities, mutual priorities, and just coming together and co-creating solutions towards this end. So for me, I would say partnerships are key towards scaling up these efforts. Number two, I think innovation is another very critical component towards solutioning in this space. And innovations could be in any dimension. It could be technology solutions, for example, maybe creating apps that enable refugees, maybe social amenities, looking for employment through apps, and so on. When it comes to like cash transfer programming, providing refugees with abilities to be able to self-serve when they're accessing the stipend that would be distributed to them by donors. Accounts, but they can open one single account and you can with one card, be able to then partition the wallets, partition the accounts, mingling of funds, and there's accountability in there. And maybe giving the private sector incentives that would find it, or rather would make it attractive for them to establish businesses in refugee hosting areas. And that would be in different countries, different contexts. In Kenya, we're talking about Kakuma, Dadaab, Kalobeyei. What are the incentives that, for example, the government can give to the private sector towards that end? I would also look at maybe creating platforms where we exchange learnings and best practices, so that then we come together in forums and get to learn from each other as private sector, governments, public sector, NGOs. So we just come in together and have conversations that enable us to co-create solutions. Then proof of concept for those who have already been able to run with initiatives that have been successful or have had positive impact, just sharing such learnings and letting the rest of the world understand or know what is working, what you're doing and why it's working, and what are the lessons that we can borrow from that. And then that way then we can be able maybe to attract more funding from investors and from various support groups. So that's what I would look at as avenues of scaling up. Thank you.
So I have another story of the value of the private sector. So in West Nile of Uganda, lots of refugees and host communities are farmers because it's a very fertile area, and farmers need agriculture inputs to be able to grow good produce and then sell it on markets. And refugees struggle to access good quality inputs, and they struggle to access markets. Now there's a business that is based out of Arua that offers this service, and they work in the area, but they don't quite work in Rhino and Mvepi because it's about 50 kilometers from Arua. Now, we identified this business, we identified the impact potential of what the business offers, and so through a impact-linked loan, we have invested in the business, and it is going to expand its operations to refugee areas, to refugee farmers, increase its customer base of refugees by, I think, 3,000 people, 3,000 farmers. And then the farmers are able to access high-quality inputs, they get training, and they get access to markets, where previously they didn't. And we're able to invest in this business. The business benefits commercially from new customers. They've got 3,000 new customers. They generate their profit from their business model. And so the refugees benefit with a sustainable access to inputs and can increase their incomes. The business benefits because it's increased its customer base, and we get our money back because they're actually repaying their loan to us, so that we can reuse it for other investments. And that whole process works and can be sustainable because it's working through a business. And as DRC, I'm very aware that humanitarian organizations are very bad at distorting markets through grants, and I think the value of this is that it's not grant-based. And I would say to the room, you know, I'd say let's maybe stop providing grants to businesses as a call to action, because businesses can thrive and benefit from different types of finance in a more sustainable manner, and we should allow the private sector to do what it does well and ensure the sustainable access to jobs and opportunities, and grants don't necessarily offer that.
There's a lot that's been said. I think I can just maybe add with my colleague here. I think for us as private sector, we need to define what is a total addressable market in terms of where we're engaging. So that means really going into these communities, understanding the economies, understanding the sectors, understanding the people who are there. Similar, we have seen from our interventions in Dadaab and in Jijiga in Ethiopia, they have similar, communities, similar strengths in certain businesses. How do we intervene at that level? So I think there's a great report done by IFC in terms of the Kakuma economy. I think that needs to be replicated in all these communities that we're engaging in, so that the private sector actually knows where they can intervene, where the gaps are, where the opportunities are, and how best we can complement services, whether it is state actors or non-state actors, to see how best we can really move people from, of course, stipends to more self-reliant, livelihoods. So I think for us as a community, we really need to understand what is the addressable market in the areas that we are intervening. In terms of what our partners in government can help us with, I think there are two levels. One, of course, Paul was talking about an enabling environment, but I think market linkages, I think we should be really talking about cross-border, cross-county engagement. How do we link bigger cities to these economies? How do we get more engagement from different districts, different countries to ensure that they're able to understand what the potential is there? So really encouraging either cross-border, trade opportunities or cross-county trade opportunities, and build those market linkages. And that cannot be done by private sector alone. It really has to work hand in hand with government and government agencies. So that's what I can say from our point of view, and I'll pass it on.
Sure. Yeah, and I think the panelists have clearly articulated most of the issues, but I would also want to really go back to what what is sustainability in this context? That's a question we need to ask ourselves. And we at Safaricom actually believe doing good is sustainable. So when you're trying to solve a problem, we are trying to address an existing challenge, be it to the refugees or the host communities, a business opportunity or a case will come out of it. And that's where we come in. I'm riding on what McKenna said. The addressable base is there, and determining that base is what it really informs some of the interventions we put into practice or to action wherever we work. Then maybe a message to the collaborators, the people we are partnering with, is we need to look at it differently, actually, in the sense that most of them, and I was talking to the panelists at some point, that most of the organizations which approach us, they approach us to partner in a philanthropic way. We can't go beyond that, and because companies have different arms, the foundations and the business side of it. And when we infuse the shared value angle to it, I mean, we will not even need to discuss a lot. We'll only be discussing like the synergies which we need to put in place to solve the problem, address your programmatic areas, and us mind the business opportunities. So we might want to shift the conversation a little bit from like, what support can you give us, or what can you do for us, and ask the question differently. What can we do differently, or what can we do jointly to address most of those issues for the displaced ones? Yeah, so I must also say that it's a learning each particular day. We keep on trying to find the most optimal ways in which we could utilize technology. Technology is all about enablement, and Safaricom is known for using its infrastructure to enable the ecosystem together with other actors.
Thank you very much, panelists. My worry is that we are talking to ourselves up here, and so I would like to bring it down to the floor before I come back to you with another question and check that my audience is actually following with us. Before I come to the raised hands, I see 2 raised hands. Thank you very much. 3 raised hands. I'm very happy. So that means we're not talking to ourselves. But first, I will, 4, 5, very good. Okay. Now I know how much time I need to plan for. But first, I will ask Bathsheba from Amahoro Coalition, who is sitting in the audience, to respond to what we've heard. At Amahoro, you have been mobilizing African private sector to engage in and invest in this area, and convening multi-stakeholders to support private sector solutions in displacement context for the last 4 or 5 years. How does what we have heard here reflect with your experience? Are we making any progress when it comes to private sector engagement, and what more needs to be done?
Thanks, Nancy, for the question, and also for giving me the floor first. It's working? Okay. So on the question you've asked on what we're seeing at Amahoro, I think we're seeing 3 responses from the private sector. 1, curiosity. 2, interest. And 3, commitment. We just came from Accra 2 or 3 weeks ago from a forum we co-host with Inkomoko and UNHCR. And this year we had 125 private sector participants present, which is 80% more than we had in Kigali in 2021. And we also got a series of pledges from the private sector and even updates from pledges made in 2021, which shows that commitment from the private sector. And even at Amahoro in the last, I think, 5 or so months, we've gotten companies commit to giving around 1,600 jobs. And actually our challenge has shifted from, can we get jobs from the private sector, to where are we going to get people into jobs? How do we deal with the ecosystem issues to get refugees into these jobs that companies are committing? So I think there's a lot of interest. I think there's a lot of commitment. And I think that the points that were raised, especially by Paul around thinking about, Paul and Alex, around thinking about how to get the private sector to enter these markets, are what we need to be thinking about. So concessional funding, risk sharing, and other facilities that would get the private sector into this space.
Thank you very much, Bathsheba. And I think there's an echo somewhere. Is that something can we do something about that? Okay, so if somebody can help me on the floor, because I think we have several people with questions or comments, please, if your question is directed to a particular panelist, say so, or if it's for any panelist, do that as well, and we'll see how to tackle that. Who will help me on the floor to get to questions? There's one over there.
Thank you very much, friends from the private sector. I just wanted to know your experience in terms of the mindset of the refugees. We have a very big challenge because we do not know how to guarantee investments. And the reason we don't know how to guarantee when it comes to the refugees is because of the mobile nature of some of the refugees from the settlements back into their countries. And we see this a lot in Uganda, and sometimes we don't know how to follow them back in their countries when they have received maybe a grant, a loan, or something like that. What is your experience, you folks at Equity, and those who are working in that area of the microcredit? The second one is, can you share with us the type of volumes of business and profit you have made? Do you have any evidence that this works for you as a company, apart from the goodwill and foundation approach of the, what do you call it, social responsibility? Is there anything that you can share about this has been good business for us? I think we had it from the telecom guys. Give us the volumes. What do you think?
Very good. If we could take a few, so then we come back. There is one there and here.
Thank you, Nancy. What's the name of the DRC? Okay. My question goes to him. He spoke about West Nile, and I think I want to confirm that indeed what you did as DRC in West Nile is working. And I think that's very inspiring. Now, whereas we, over the last 2 days, we've been talking about the shift from humanitarian to development response, I would like also us to recommend that we shift from giving grants to loans. So let's try to have some information on this, because I know of one of your beneficiaries who's selling watermelons in my city. And when I asked him, where do you get these watermelons? So many of them, he says, there's a businessman in Arua who gives them inputs. So ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it works, and it has worked in West Nile. So what we need to do is, let's also think of a shift from giving grants, which is making them lazy, to giving them loans where they work hard and pay back. So for me, that's a compliment. The second one goes to Equity Bank. Now, Equity Bank, mine is not a compliment to you, but a question. Now, I attended a similar forum like this where banks are saying they cannot give loans to refugees because they are very mobile. What's the situation here? How do you handle? Because for us in Uganda, refugees move anyway. Today they are here in Koboko, tomorrow they are in Arua. So how is the situation here? And probably also, assuming you extend your operations to Uganda where they're mobile, how are you going to handle this? I just wanted to have a take home so that when we meet again, I can be able to say, no, in Kenya it works like this, but I think you can do like this. So basically I wanted you to help me some kind of takeaway from there. Thank you very much.
Yemi. I want to do this side of the room and then we'll go to the other side.
Thank you, Nancy. I have two questions. The first one is on incentives. And when you look at the private sector engagement in the Igad region, it varies from Kenya to Djibouti, South Sudan. So, and then also, of course, the type of private sector is also different. So my question is, like in places like, for instance, in Djibouti or South Sudan, what kind of incentives do you need as a private sector to enter the market? Because these are countries where you have very few or none existent private sector. So what kind of incentives do you want the government to give you? Second question is, actually, Nancy, when you talked about sustainability, I mean, that word, it's a development actors word. For private sector, I think it would be more like profit making or scaling up. And then it strikes me that maybe the language that we use between the humanitarian development actors versus the private, it's different. So how do we reach, how can we come together to speak the same language?
The balance is 3 female and 3 men. This is a good observation. Compared to when we were there, it was all men or all women. The second thing is really for South Sudan context. First of all, the private sector is so small, and it's very difficult for us to engage. But I think maybe for reasons of conducive environment for businesses and things like that was not created. But as of now, things are different. For example, we take Safaricom. Safaricom is not registered as a what do you call it, the service provider in South Sudan. But oftentimes, because of their link with the M-Pesa, the transfers that take place from South Sudan to Nairobi or to anywhere else using Safaricom is unimaginable. I don't even know who taxed this, whether it is taxed or untaxed. If it's not registered, how is it being taxed? How is that tax being used to support the refugees within the context of or to support the displaced? This thing is not working. It's working.
We can hear you well.
Okay. So I think there is we need to look a little bit beyond of the normal business engagement between government partners and business companies. Yeah. We need to look a little bit beyond that and to assure that at least we do something really tangible. That's just observation. Really, it's nothing. I don't even know how it works because you need to know. But the legal frameworks are there. They're supporting environment. And the last thing is really, to me, the business, I don't think it has to start also in a bigger way. Mm-hmm. Even if we engage in a small scale level with those, particularly most of our refugees are Sudanese, and these are business-oriented people. They would do business with anything. So I think really engage and to encourage partners to come in and really help our refugees to engage in private sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm really encouraged by the questions. I think we have 7. Let's try and tackle those first before we move on to the next set. There was 2 questions on mindsets and mobility linked. Equity Bank, I think that's a good one for you to respond to.
Thanks, Nancy. Yeah, so on the question around the mindset change, or rather how we handle the aspect of refugee mindset, for us it's to do with capacity building and a lot of training. So financial literacy training, because for us then the space we are talking about is the financial inclusion space. So it's a lot of financial literacy training, and for those who are in business, entrepreneurship, business training. But it starts even further, even before you go to the financial literacy training component. It's about making the refugees maybe believe in themselves and believe that they have the potential that probably the hosting communities would have as well. So even getting them to a place where they're confident enough to walk into a banking hall, to open a bank account, to actually ask for a loan, and to know that they have the right to apply for a loan or a facility like any ordinary person would, it starts there. So it's about sensitization. And once then we have them in our network, it's about financial literacy training and a lot of capacity building. So for those who we are already working with and those who have already become our customers, because as I explained, most of them will, the entry point will be on humanitarian, on the basis of humanitarian support. But once then that support is gone, we have already talked about the sustainability aspect. We usually will structure our programming in a way that even when the donor support or when the program has come to an end, we retain these beneficiaries or the refugees as our customers. So we stop engaging with them through a third-party relationship where, for example, they were introduced to us by UNHCR, and for any sort of engagement with them, then we have to go through UNHCR. We have had that kind of an agreement that once the program is over, these are your customers and you can go on and engage with them as you will. So when they come then to our system, we walk a journey with them. It's a journey. It's quite a journey of changing their mindsets, and that's a good question, because for sure there will be a bit of struggle in there. But once we then get them on board, again, the next thing that we do is how we structure or how we package our offering. For example, for those we are lending to, we use what we call social collateral, and that also takes care of the question of flight risk. So social collateral means that you're lending to them in group settings. We call them village savings loan associations. So in that case, then before even a person thinks of migrating from one point to the other, we have a mechanism of getting to know or getting to access such information before the person disappears and gets away with the loan facility. So it is about how you structure the offering. It is mostly to do with capacity building, sensitization and training, and the social collateral as a guarantee to the loan that you have extended. Over and above that, in terms of figures, I think there was a question around figures. I think, let me just go back to the last maybe 3 years. We have been able to disburse about 82 million Kenya shillings, 82 million Kenya shillings to 3,300 refugees. That is in Kenya. And we have a repayment rate of about 95%. So the only default rate we've experienced is about 5%, which is significantly lower than the average market rate, which stands at about 14% at the moment. We have only had one refugee who has gone back to their country of origin with an unpaid loan. So I would call that fairly good, because it is, it's better than actually an ordinary Kenyan.
That sounds really, really good.
Yeah,
I mean, 14% against 5%, and only one refugee. I really want to repeat that. Only one refugee that went back home without repaying their loan.
Yes.
That sounds like really good business sense for me.
Absolutely. So that's it. And mentorship, a lot of mentorship. So you lend to them, but don't leave them to the elements, in terms of how they run the business. So lend to them, walk a journey with them, handhold them, give them, mentorship, business development skills, and keep graduating them. So for example, how we lend to them is you start low, give them about $100 to start with. Depending on how they repay, then you can increase that amount, and you can also increase the repayment duration. So you keep graduating them. As it is, I think the highest borrowing refugee right now has about a facility of 5 million in Kakuma. And they're repaying very well. Again, they have gone through this model of growing from $100 and graduating all the way to what we'd call corporate lending. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Saralyn. McKenna, would you like to add to that from your experience as well?
Yes, no, I really echo Equity's sentiments, because we work very closely with them. So definitely those figures make a lot of sense. I think in terms of mindset, what we also do additionally is work with refugee-led organizations. So we use champions within the community to build capacity of actually refugee-led organizations, whether they're in business or not. I think the thing is that you need to find local champions to work so that they're able to penetrate with the message across the community. So for us also in terms of mindset is, who can we also go through, who can we build capacity of, so that we are able to spread more information and accurate information in terms of what services they can access, and also what opportunities they can access. We also manage expectations. So as much as we talk about, we give a lot of capacity building, we give them access to capital, I think it's a two-way street, and we try to manage expectations. We say, you are actually making the case for other people, for us to engage with government to ensure enabling environment is in place, so that you can use certain documents, so that you're able also to graduate to bigger financial institutions. So we also use the method of really saying that you are a great example, and keep proving people wrong. Keep proving everyone who has doubts about the community wrong. In terms of changing the narrative. In terms of deployment, we have deployed about $13 million so far. We intend to deploy another $20 million in the next 5 years. That's how much potential we see in these communities. And we've gotten partners. We work a lot with UNHCR, with different foundations, to see how best we can deploy this capital. We know it will be paid back, and we know we can expand and scale. So we are also In terms of what we are deploying, it's a lot because, as I mentioned to you, ours are a pretty smaller type of concessional loans from $100 to $50,000. And we are hoping that we are building a big pipeline for the larger financial institutions so that we are showing track record, you know, that these people have been paying and that you're able to absorb them into the mainstream kind of corporate lending arms that you have. So for us, though, at Inkomoko, we do appreciate we have a higher risk appetite because of the partners that we have, because we are trying to prove, you know, in terms of system building and changing systems, we are the ones who are really trying to change that narrative. And so we do have a higher risk threshold, but it's intentional. It's intentional because we want to get more actors on board so that we are able to get more support for refugees and displaced persons. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Makena. Benjamin, if I may turn over to you on Safaricom. There was a very loaded question there for Safaricom.
Yeah. So let me say the good thing about technology is it has kind of like brought an opportunity to connect people to people, people to opportunities, and people to knowledge. And it's the same thing we are leveraging when working with within the refugee or other displaced settlement schemes, in the sense that one key thing, and this is to answer the question of the mindset, it's more of like engaging and ensuring that you are all on the same page with the people you are working with. So at Safaricom, we partnered with Vodafone Foundation through the Instant Network schools or other classrooms. And out of that, actually, we came up with leadership programs whereby we could encourage people within the settlements, get some of the leaders within the industry. For instance, at some point, we had a session with the then CEO of Unilever, and a number of them were able to encourage them. And this is to answer the question of, in a small way, how you could be able to kind of like bring a different perspective and dimension in terms of how you pursue things within that particular setup. Then the other question was about M-Pesa has a capability, or rather some of the financial solutions we have the capability to be used across. And the money, or rather the transactions usually go through a system which is quite visible to the regulators, because the solution, or rather the medium is heavily regulated by all the agencies. However, there is need for cross-border kind of like enablement of cross-border transactions and capabilities of people to do that. And I know a number of initiatives and efforts have been put in place by a number of actors, a number of non-governmental agencies trying to find ways in which that could be facilitated. Some are being run actually at the regional level, COMESA, Igad, and I would say like it's a way you can leverage on technology to still address a need which is there. I'm not so sure whether the loaded question beat whether we've been able to address it.
We have. Yes, we have. Regulators.
It's all about utilizing the capabilities of what we have, and I would still emphasize that we do not know virtually everything when it comes to dealing with the people who are displaced, but we have to really rely on the people who have boots on the ground. The partnerships are very crucial to us, and they not only speak to the potential of us creating a business opportunity, they also speak to what we believe in, because partnerships forms part of the DNA of Safaricom. As we want to transform lives, we can only be able to do that through partnerships where we create more value together and manage as if we are one. Thank you.
Thank you. There was a lot of support for you, Alistair, and the Danish Refugee Council. That was good. Thumbs up. But there was also a question on incentives for places like Djibouti or South Sudan. What is needed, you know? And I thank you for that question, Yemi. when we talk, especially in this Igad region, we tend to sometimes, when it comes to private sector, focus on certain countries. So what does it mean for places, for some of these other countries in terms of incentives? In Komoko, I know you're thinking about one of those markets that was mentioned. I don't want to put you on the spot, but also any of the other panelists, Paul as well, maybe you can speak to that.
Yeah, thanks. I don't know the context of South Sudan or Djibouti, but I do know that even in Ethiopia, in the refugee markets, this is far from the mainstream. These are places like Gambela in the west, which is South Sudan, on the border with South Sudan. So I'm a very familiar environment. And these are difficult, unattractive places to do business, yeah? So very simply, if we talk about incentives, the way that we work as a program is we use grant funding matched with private investment to de-risk market entry. So it costs a lot of money for a company to go into a new market, especially when it's a high-risk market. There's very poor infrastructure, et cetera, all of the, the border economy that we talked about yesterday. So essentially, I can't actually see a way around this at this point in time at the current state of development of the banking sector in some of these countries. I wish it could all be done through loans, but I think a practical way to do this for now is to use public-private financing and partnerships in order to de-risk and incentivize.
I just want to add, I lived in Djibouti for a year. Okay, trying to work out how to encourage private sector interest into Aliade and whole refugee camps, and it's difficult. It's a difficult context, and there are an awful lot of refugees in Djibouti, Phil, as well. And we set up a revolving fund through CPEC, which is the local microfinance bank, and we are providing loans to VSLAs, savings groups, that we'd set up among urban refugees and refugees in Aliade. And the repayment rate was 100%. It was incredible. Again, because they could see for the first time that there was ability to get more finance. So not only finance one time through a grant to spend it and then never get it again, the whole incentive was through CPEC they could repay and then get more access to finance. And even in that context, the repayment rate was huge because it was for the first time that refugees could access a different financing facility to support their businesses. So I think different models can work, and we're again exploring this in South Sudan as well, and there's no reason why it can't work. It's just having the risk appetite maybe, and the perk of doing that through donor funding is that you can have a slightly higher risk appetite than commercial finance, but not just giving out grants, actually using the money and recycling it means that you're supporting people to transition into more formal finance and reducing this reliance on aid and donor money the whole time.
Quickly, and then we move on to...
I think I want to shift in terms of incentives to actually a very engaging government and environment. So this year we expanded to South Sudan, and we got a lot of support on the ground in terms of registration, them trying to understand what we do in other countries. It really helped us register very smoothly. Yes, in Juba and Maban. So we are so grateful. In terms of incentives, it's even the small things that having, a government that has a listening ear, or an environment that wants to understand what are you doing in other contexts and see how best, not necessarily to replicate, first to understand the nuances and the complexity of that country, and then see how best also to support and scale that work. So mine is a bit different from incentives. Yeah.
Very welcome. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. So let's take another round of questions. There's a question here and 3 at the back. Who will help me with the mics? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The panelists. Mine goes to Equity and Safaricom. I don't know whether there's something I missed. because I was maybe one or twice I walked out of the room. We have a new gazetted documents that are required for refugees and asylum seekers to be recognized to access services in Kenya. I don't know whether you have already started applying or using what was gazetted and whether it's a smooth flow. Thank you.
Thank you, panels. I appreciate it. I'm happy that I'm here today because I learned a lot as a new commissioner. I'm picking up pieces. A lot of things that good things that I hear. The refugees in Somalia, they don't get it. So what I'm saying is, like, as you're all aware, the Somalia joined East African community. Will there be possibility that you're expanding now that the door is open for you to get to the Horn and coast of Indian Ocean and spread your wings to that? If the case is that my brother in South Sudan has kind of mentioned what I want to say, but your reply to him is the security aspect or whatever. But what I'm thinking is, can you do online? Like now, today's world, we're moving the technology and banking and online system, and Somalia tend to have a good internet there. So that way we can help refugees provide a service through over online. We are practicing how to serve. There's a stigma in Somalia. Refugees, we just passed the refugee law, and displacement is accountable. It's like the number is so high, and there's a lot for that. And the government is now picking up to how to help the refugees. Some of them living there for decades and don't have accurate basic life because of the system, or there's no law that will protect them or give them the rights to do. Will there be a way that you guys expand your wings? That's basically what I'm saying. Thank you.
Oui, bonjour. D'abord, je voulais rectifier le fait qu'à Djibouti, il n'y a pas beaucoup d'entreprises, il n'y a pas beaucoup d'opportunités. Sur les zones où il y a les réfugiés, nous avons investi 25 millions. Okay.
And so I was saying we have invested $25 million in areas where we have refugees, and there are local enterprises and even international enterprises who are al-ade, and so we have invested 25 million. And so we have opportunities definitely, but what we would like to have in our mandate to fight poverty is to create enterprises for refugees and not taking enterprises to the town and to other areas. And so that is what we want, to give this opportunity to the youth from these localities so that themselves they can actually go to the international market. So I have understood that that you are giving loans and guarantees that from donors. That is one thing. What I would like to know is the bank laws. Does it allow you to give loans, bank loans to that is based on without guarantees, that is given the guarantees by the donors? Because I heard that we have the system where you serve groups, but the groups are refugees. I do not know what is the reality of this guarantee by the group. And so within these groups, do we have representatives, people from the host community? And so you have also talked about 85% of repayment. How do you cover the risks?
Thank you very much. I think that's the last question.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity then. My question would primarily be to Alistair, though perhaps others, I would be interested in hearing the views from other countries as well. Often when we speak about the private sector in this context, it kind of seems like a magic solution because we don't really speak about the role of the government. And I would be interested to hear your perspective on what is the role of governments in allowing for these sort of activities. The reason I'm asking is I have the impression that a lot of what refugees do is informal business, and oftentimes the costs of making your business formal are insane. They are so expensive that it's basically impossible, even for nationals often, to kind of cross the threshold through taxation, licensing, all of these things. Especially when we speak about agribusiness, packaging, regulation over food production, these kind of things. What do you see the role of governments in allowing small businesses to grow rather than talking about private sector always as big companies making refugees their customers? How can we make refugees producers for other markets?
Thank you very much. So we have 4 questions there, and I want us to respond to those now. Benjamin, I'll start with you because I know you also need to leave promptly before 4 o'clock. So there was the first question on the Gazzetti notice that we saw, I think, on the 1st of November.
So, as far as the Gazette notice is concerned, it was highly welcomed and we were all excited. We are working with all the relevant agencies to come up with modalities of realizing it. Much as there was gazettement, there are quite a number of other things which have to be put in place, so we are consulting quite a lot, and I'm sure it cuts across even in the banking sector, technology sector. So it's a welcome move, and it's going to change quite a lot in terms of how we innovate and develop solutions geared towards that ecosystem. And maybe just as a way of concluding is it's all about finding a lasting solution together with partners. So I will always stress partnership, and as Safaricom we are really committed actually to at least immersing ourselves into the lives of the displaced, the refugees, and the people who are serving them, and host community, and leveraging on our core assets to develop solutions which resonate. By the end of it, it has to resonate with the needs of the people you're trying to serve for it to even make commercial sense. If allowed, I will step out because I have another engagement, and thank you so much. It was an honor for us being here. Thank you.
You are excused, Benjamin. Thank you very much for joining us. We shall continue. And I shall continue with the remaining panelists to answer the other questions. There was a question on security aspect. So when you're talking about risk management on security, but also linked to what we can do online banking, digital access to services. Who would like to tackle that one? Would you, McKenna? Thank you.
I think Equity will tackle the one on groups, because that's a very good question about the social collateral in terms of how either you enforce it or if there's a host community member. I think that was also a question he was asking, how the modalities around the groups. For us, I think what we've been doing is working very closely both with UNHCR on the ground as well as government to first of all verify the people on the ground, to ensure that we work closely with especially in the camp setting, with the camp managers and the leaders within the community. And we've come up with a very robust referral system. So we started with a small group of entrepreneurs, and then with that time, we have a referral system. So there's some sort of kind of risk, as much as I said we have a bigger risk appetite, we do use either social, referrals or communities, or also networks and agencies around to just confirm, I guess, the will of the people there. We also are very intentional about targeting youth with startup, because majority of the communities, the youth population is very high. So what we started doing from this year is supporting them with either business ideation, startup, but not only business ideation, but also giving them startup capital. So you can't also just equip and then also expect young people to have the capital to support the idea. So we are also working very closely with young people and also with women. In terms of Somalia, we are so happy that they've joined the EAC. I think for us as Inkomoko, we are expanding to 8 countries by 2030. So we are scoping different countries. I will definitely send a message to my team about Somalia, and we see how best, because we've also dealt a lot around the region. So I think it's a great opportunity, and we are scoping more countries over the next few years to ensure that we're able to scale up. I think I can pass it to Equity to answer the rest.
Yes. I hope I'll answer the question right. I missed the interpretation. But in terms of how the group lending methodology works, individuals are encouraged to come together in groups. And there's no necessarily any set, criteria in terms of the composition of the group. Usually we'll encourage that we have refugees in there, and we have representation also from the host community as well. There's gender considerations and such other aspects that we would look at in terms of composition. But we usually don't want to be the ones influencing how they form. We just give them those general guidelines and then leave them to form into maybe groups of 10 to 15. And then once they come together, we take them through a curriculum. We start by training them in terms of, group dynamics. Some of those really are not even to do with the financial component of things, but just how they can get to work together as a team. So we take them through that kind of training. And then we take them through also our expectations in terms of, like, for example, they have to have weekly meetings, and then those meetings have to be attended by one of our officers from the bank, so that once then we have an officer in there, they're able to take care of, or rather moderate the discussions, get to regulate how the repayments are being made, read out the books and the accounts and how that is sitting, and so on. So it is a whole setup and package and a product offering with specific features, but that is a highlight of how it operates. So it's more to do with table banking as you would have it, but formalized in this context. So it has its own modalities. It is a whole, product offering. But over and above the group lending methodology, we are also lending directly to individual refugees. There are those who will walk into our banking halls, and we engage them directly as business persons, entrepreneurs who want to borrow to either start or scale up their business efforts, and we have that as well. So group lending is just one of the methodologies that we employ, but we also have individuals, and within that individual lending, we have different components. So we have consumer loans, we have personal banking, and so on. So different facilities, but again, all of them targeted towards the refugees. I don't know whether that was the entire question.
One part of his question was, does donor money, do you have any instances where donor money forms part of the guarantee for these groups?
Yes, we have instances where donor money forms part of the guarantee. We have not had grants. But what we normally have is, we would not call it actually, the money doesn't necessarily sit with us. It is a paper guarantee, so to speak. So we only invoke it in case there are instances of default. So in very few instances will there be default. So it is
document. C'est juste un accord pour dire qu'au cas où il n'y a pas de remboursement, on peut faire ça.
And then you match with your resourcing the 50% of the loss cover.
Okay. And then he also asked, that you have 90% repayment rate. Yeah. How do you manage the risk? So I know it's low risk, but what have you put in place? And
it is two things, as I had mentioned earlier. It is, first of all, financial literacy training. That works for us. For us, that is collateral by itself. So we have done a study in terms of repayment rates for groups which are trained, who have been taken through financial literacy training and all the modules that we have in there, be it savings, budgeting, responsible use of financial services, how to repay loans effectively, and so on. So the study we have done indicates that we have a much higher repayment rate for the groups that are trained than for the ones who are not trained. So for us, that is one of the risk mitigation measures. The other one is, of course, having guarantees in place, just engaging with partners. And we have some partners who are assisting us with lending to refugees in the urban context in Nairobi. We have those who are taking care of camp situations in Kenya and Uganda, and so on. So for us, it's really partnerships and trainings and capacity building.
Thank you very much. And to our final question, which is on the role of government in allowing for these activities and helping refugees move from the informal sector to the formal. I know, Paul, you had spoken on this, but I'd love to, Alistair, I see you already have the mic. Do you want to go? Go to you, and then we'll come to Paul.
I think there's a reason why we started developing the investment facility in Uganda, because of the policy environment, and it is very supportive of refugee economies and engagement with private sector, and a lot of the barriers that you find in other countries don't exist in Uganda. And so by us being able to invest in businesses, we can see that there is a clear, tangible benefit right at the community level. And we want, as DRC, because we already work in all of the settlements, well, a lot of the settlements, we want to be able to see an investment in a business being, like the impact from that, being visible at the community level where we already work. And so I think, yeah, government can play a role in that, in having a supportive policy environment for refugee and host community integration and engagement. I think in the Kenya program, we are formalizing businesses as well. So as part of the pathway to formal financial inclusion, in order to achieve that, you have to have a registered business, you have to have a KRA PIN, you have to have a parcel of KYC requirements that is decided by the central bank. And we're going through that process because we can see the value of supporting people to access formal finance for all the benefits of that. And we're also gathering data and developing advocacy around the value of refugees contributing to paying in taxes and therefore benefiting from being able to pay into a system and then having people be able to benefit from that system and get social services and NHIF, is it NHIF? Is it? Yeah. Yeah, and highlighting the value of refugees paying into a system and being net benefiters, not net contributors to a system, because they currently are not, and there's a lot of value in them paying taxes, and by formalizing them, not only do they get access to formal finance, but then they are part of the formal system. And so we're trying to, we're gathering data on the value of that among these refugees that can formalize. And so, again, government playing a role in allowing that to happen. I know that all of the changes, the policy changes here in Kenya has made that easier for refugees to be able to formalize, and there's nothing that prevents it from happening. It's just quite difficult at the community level for them to access these things, and so we're working with government agencies to support them through the process, because then they can benefit and they can support the Kenyan economy eventually.
Thank you. I think with exactly 1 minute to go to 4 o'clock, this brings us to the end of this panel. I summarize the key messages I have heard from here. I have at least 6 key messages. That investing in refugee displacement context makes business sense. We need a level playing field to do so, so good enabling environment, and this is where government can play a role. We need incentives and to think about de-risking and how we attract more investments into these areas. The private sector cannot do this alone. Well, we heard that at the start we were talking about we cannot do this without the private sector, but the private sector is now telling us they also cannot do this alone. So that leads us to partnerships and real focus on shared value approach to those partnerships. We heard that we need to understand the economies in which we are working in and where the opportunities are. and also looking at cross-border, cross-county trade opportunities and building those linkages. And I had a very strong message for stopping to give grants and look more to giving loans. Thank you very much, my dear panelists. This has been a really engaging discussion. Thank you to all of you. Thank you to Igad Secretariat for giving us the opportunity. I hope we have made the case that we would like to see this topic on future meeting agendas. So thank you. Thank you all, and have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Nancy. Can we give them another round of applause for the panelists and moderator? What a fantastic session we have. Although after lunch is a bit heavy, but it keeps everyone alive. Thank you very much for interactive discussion and summarizing key point. Ladies and gentlemen and delegates, now we'll be remaining with few agenda items. Not so much. We don't want to hold you like yesterday until 6. Today we'll be leaving early as much as possible. I think we have a very good productive 2 days and dealing with a very important subject under 7 different sessions, including the latest one on the private sector, which is coming on the development agenda, I think, very rigorously these days. So the next will be, because each and every session has different rapporteurs and the key point, and all the discussions and the inputs from yesterday morning until now has been well organized. But for the sake of the summary, we'll be taking some of the key summary of what we have discussed yesterday and today. Our colleagues, Bob, can you check colleagues outside so that they can come in? So we'll have a very brief presentation of key summary recommendations from the discussion we had for all of us, so that all of us can look at it and make any suggestion and input or any contribution to those summary recommendations. It doesn't mean others are not being captured. It's captured well in the entire report of the conference, which will be shared, I think, with all of us. After that, we'll have a very brief closing session from Igad Secretariat and also the host government, the government of Republic of Kenya. With that, we'll bring the session to an end. So I would like to kindly request you to bear with me a few more minutes. With that, we'll bring to an end this session. I've been asked to give them 1 more minute. Okay, delegates, Charles will take us through the recommendation. Let's look at it once together so that we'll finalize the session. Over to Charles.
Okay, good evening, and thank you very much for the extensive 2 days discussion. Ideally, it has yielded to so many recommendations, but if there are some which will not be here, they are going to be incorporated in the bigger report for the workshop. However, in terms of distilling, we were able to come up with 16 recommendations that I'm going to read, starting from number 1. In terms of institutionalize local community structures for sustainable and effective participation to promote community ownership and anchor the voice of the community in the area-based development responses. Number 2, build concerted efforts towards production, dissemination, and utilization of government-owned data and statistics that includes displaced population towards planning and development programming in the displacement setting. The third recommendation is about mainstream development processes, development responses through programming across the humanitarian development peace nexus and integrating the intervention in the broader local development plans from the onset of the displacement. The fourth one is about develop effective strategies to mobilize additional support and financing to the development responses in the region, including adoption of innovative financing solutions such as the de-risking of the capital ventures and debt relief as part of burden and responsibility sharing. The fifth recommendation speaks about to strengthen government leadership, all of society, and community-driven development approaches to improve sustainability of the impact of successful development responses and catalyze their implementation, such as the one adopted by the World Bank-funded Dr. Deep. The sixth recommendation, develop national and local development plans that consider priorities and needs of IDPs and refugee population, which will enable achieving the SDG of leaving no one behind. Number 7, enhance regional and bilateral cross-learning and knowledge sharing on what works, in bracket good practices, or does not work, lesson learned, on the implementation of development responses to forced displacement. Number 8, strengthen harmonized policy and operational development responses, as well as build capacity of stakeholders to empower refugees, returnees, and IDPs to claim and accrue rights and services and facilitate development investment in forced displacement setting. Number 9, scale up engagement of private sector actors in displacement setting towards unlocking the economic potential, providing job at scale, promoting entrepreneurship, developing local skills, investing in infrastructure, facilitating market linkages, and improving financial inclusion amongst displaced and host communities. Recommendation number 10 is about assess the market potential of refugee hosting areas to build a business case for scaling up private sector engagement in forced displacement setting. 11, Igad to advance and sustain regional and national effort towards the realization of human mobility, free movement of persons, including refugees, IDPs and returnees, and transhumance regimes in the region. Number 12, invest in financial and technical resources in environmental conservation and provide alternative energy resources to the refugee hosting areas. Number 13, prioritize integrated area-based development approaches in transit cities, borderlands, and along displacement corridors to alleviate pressure on existing services and infrastructure. Number 14, strengthen national and regional level coordination mechanisms to build strategic partnership with all stakeholders for coherence of interventions. Number 15, assess attitudes and perception of all stakeholders to contribute to the mindset and behavioral change to unlock the potential of refugees to become engines for job creation and self-reliance. Number 16, promote refugees to leverage their knowledge, skill sets, labor market opportunities, and networks to attain self-reliance and positively contribute to their local economies. And last one, number 17, is to support the operationalization of peace agreements to create political stability with inclusion of refugees, returnees, IDPs, and host communities in peace processes and prevent new displacements, as well as create conditions conducive for voluntary and safe returns. Thank you very much. Those are the 17 recommendations that we were able to distill. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you, colleagues. I think we can have a suggestion or any comment whether this has captured all the discussion we have since yesterday morning, or if we overemphasize, or if we let some important input that should be reflected in the summary point, we can have few reflections. If not, we can adapt to this session. Sorry. Okay. Take note.
Yeah, thanks for that. I just think maybe I wasn't paying close enough attention early on. I didn't see much on the policy side. So whether you wanted to include something there in terms of, what we heard in perhaps that opening panel about updating the regional frameworks, helping member states turn the regional frameworks into national laws, national policies, and national action plans. I thought I might have maybe we missed that point.
Yeah, thank you. So there has to be consideration on regional framework, regional policy development, and revisions with respect to the development response to IDPs and displacement, which is well discussed and not reflected. Thank you for that point. And over there, Somalia table.
We don't see more on the climate and city resilience issues.
Thank you, Somalia.
I haven't seen anything on documentation, refugee documentation. Is it? Haven't seen it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Refugee documentation issues. As Charles has been said, a lot is in the major report, but still you can highlight the important ones that should be flagged as major recommendation or outcome recommendation from this session. But the detail of each and everything that we discuss will be in the bigger report, as Charles has said. Any more contribution or intervention on the summary recommendation? Member states? Development partners? Private, okay. The mic. The mayor.
I also don't know whether I haven't heard anything about the shifts, humanitarian to development response, is it there? And then from giving grants to loans, which could be very good ones that we need to look at.
Okay, thank you. The shift and the paradigm shift and the need for balancing the both in the short term and in the long term to development response, which is welcome yesterday in the discussion. Thank you. Any last point? Can I hear from our sisters? Because there was a good suggestion from gender in the previous panel, which is gender balance. Yes, madam, please.
Thank you, Ibrahim, for considering the gender issue. The detail was actually captured well by the reporter team, but I want to emphasize especially the issue of strategy that has been yesterday raised many times, as stated from different stakeholders. The issue of strategies, especially within Igad member state, is something which is very we value to the most. How to cooperate, how to regarding the fund, what we have regarding the resource. So we need to highlight and emphasize in that matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Tayyiba, Director General, for highlighting the need for strategic plan development for resource mobilization and coordination at regional level, which needs to be reflected in this main recommendation. I think Charles captured the point. Can I give any burning recommendation that has to be reflected in the bigger one? I cannot see hands, so thank you very much. I think Charles has taken note of 4 or 5 points of them, which will be reflected as per the suggestion from the floor, and it will be circulated to all of us with the main report and summary report separately, including the suggestions that you have given the floor. So thank you very much, and let me thank Charles for presenting a very good summary recommendation and also coordinating the rapporteur team since yesterday morning. So with this, we'll have a very brief, not too much time, very summary closing. I would like to call 2 speakers from the floor. This time round we will not have such formal closing, but we'll have a brief closing remark. I would like to call Dr. Mohammed Elduma to come to the podium and say thank you to all participants, the member state, development partners, and everyone for the excellent contribution, and say a few words, and we'll follow with the host government.
Thank you so much, Ibrahim. Excellencies, distinguished guests, DGs, commissioners, experts from all government and non-government organization partners, beneficiaries, representatives, civil society, private sector. I hope I didn't miss any, even the sister organization, ICGLR, and I will not miss Zambia. Yeah. All protocol observed. It is really a vote of thanks, as mentioned by Ibrahim. But the first thing I would like really to thank the people who was part of the conceptualization of this workshop. If you notice, it was different from Igad event. We try not to go through the it's political. I don't want boring opening remarks and all this. We replace it with the panel where we bring high-level people to interact. We started this in June in Kampala, where we brought ministers and they have breakfast round table. So because issues we want to discuss, it needs conversation, not just someone who make a speech or just a one-way communication. So I would like to thank first the people who were engaged in the conceptualization, colleagues from Igad, UNHCR. I see Jonathan, but I don't know, he stepped out. Matt was part, Reds. So there were a group that we come together and we conceptualize the agenda. And then also, I would like to thank the moderators. They contribute to the designing of this session and panels and all this. And then the panelists. It was really almost 2 months of rigorous preparation with most of them. And also I would like to thank some of them who responded to the maybe some session people apologize, but some, they came even yesterday and today, and they responded to be part of the session. And I would like really to thank all of them. They have contributed to this, I can say exceptionally, workshop. And also I am very glad because this is mark the end of phase 1 of Dr. Deep. Although in June we met as Dr. Deep only family, but we agree that let us not make it Dr. Deep in the title. We make it development responses to displacement so that we engage all colleagues. We engage the Netherlands. They have development funding, private sector implementing, EU, they have funding, where also government and private sector and civil society they are implementing. We engage Germany, KfW, where civil society and international organizations are implementing. So there are different modalities in addition to Dr. Deep, where government-led project. So I am very happy that the outcome of all this interaction was and wonderful, and all the comments that we have since yesterday that I think was very good. I would like at the end to extend the appreciation to the partners, as I mentioned, the core partner of Igad support platform also, who are part of this. I would like to have special thanks to GIZ, Sweden government, and EU. They have financially supported this meeting. And also, I think we need to thank also the government of Kenya for hosting us, and we enjoy the stay in a rainy Nairobi. Igad, before I thank all of you, Igad is committed to take the recommendation, and as I mentioned during today, we take it and also to the policymaker. But we have now in front of us an opportunity where we have a side event in JRF. We will present the outcome of this as part of the Igad intervention and organization of that. And also will be part of other engagement. We have several engagements, including the session on humanitarian development and peace that organized by Japan and UNDP. Our executive secretary will have also intervention and will be part of the panel. So I think from now we will start like operationalization of the recommendation of this meeting. Finally, I would like to thank all of you once again for your active participation. I think you stick to the discussion and was very active and lively. Really, we enjoyed this workshop, and we hope that we can organize more like this in the near future. I thank you all for availing your time also. I know this is end of November. JRF after maybe 13 days. I think this is the most busiest time for the people who are working on forced displacement. And I'm very happy to see this room was full. And this is, I think, deserves that a big applause for all of you. So that on behalf of my colleagues at ICA Secretariat, I would like to thank everybody, the interpreters, the hotel, all the people who supported us yesterday in the hiccup that, and I am very glad that we come to the end of this meeting, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Elduma, for a very summarized vote of thanks to everyone who made this conference possible and make this conference very active and serving the purpose it's supposed to serve. Now, let me call upon our guest of honor, I would say, to come to the high table on behalf of the host government, to come to the podium and make closing remark or statement or words, and then let us have coffee and enjoy the rest of our time in Nairobi if we are allowed by the guest of honor. Mr. Wilfred Omari, a manager of Kenya Dr. Deep, on behalf of the government, will close this officially. Wilfred.
Good evening. Chambo. Salam alaikum. Bonjour. Wafiante. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, all representatives of development partners, members of the private sector, members of representatives of forced displacement in the name of refugees, our distinguished mayors from our region, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, it's great pleasure that we have had you for the last 2 days, which has been very, very meaningful, very, very intense, focused on how we can together work as a team to move forward to address the issues of forced displacement. I know as Igad family, when we started this journey, we were very few. Very few in the sense that when you talk about the private sector, we were thinking the private sector, your role is to make profits. But today, it has come out very clear that you have a very, very big role to play with regard to ensuring that we cooperate in terms of mobilizing the resources, in terms of mobilizing the technology, in terms of ensuring that the little space which we have, we can work it in such a way that we accommodate each and every one of us. As earlier mentioned, forced displacement is not by choice. None of us will want to move from our comfort zone to go to areas where we are not comfortable. Forced displacement is not a one-person show. To solve it, we need concerted effort from all of us, whether we are development partners, whether we are host communities, whether we are refugees, whether we are governments, so that we can cooperate by mobilizing resources, by mobilizing ideas, by coming up with innovative approaches to ensure that our brothers and sisters who have been displaced because of several factors can also have a decent and a meaningful life. In the last 2 days, I know each one of you, you have endeavored your level best to think and give an idea as to how we can move forward by solving this serious issue with regard to provision of social services, with regard to provision of access to credit. And I'm happy people are saying it's high time we move from grants to credit. But that's not the nice solution. I don't want to 100% buy that, because the people you are calling forced displaced persons, if you give them credit, you are overburdening them. I think gradually, when we find that they have become comfortable, then we can think of giving them credit. But at the moment, we have to endeavor as much as possible to provide soft support. Soft support in the sense of ensuring we provide them with accommodation, we provide them with water, with food, with health, and also with the other social status which would enable them be comfortable. I want to end by saying that we are very grateful to have had you here in Kenya for the last 2 days. And if you don't require any visa, you can continue staying. But if your visa is expiring, it's unfortunate. But you can reapply, because we have a common denominator, forced displacement. You can say you want to go to Dadaab, you want to go to Kakuma, to Benchmark. And I'm very sure that government will provide you with an extension to stay. But all of us, you are welcome, so that you can enjoy. We have had rains since 15th of October in the country. So most parts of the country are wet. So for those who have not seen running water, you can walk around and you see running water. For those who have not seen the sea and the ocean, now if you are in Garissa, if you are in Wajir, the entire part of Wajir is completely submerged. You can only access it by air. The entire part of Garissa is cut off from Nairobi because the main highway was cut off. This is information which is all over. Kenyans, we are generous with information. You just Google, you will find it all over. It's information which is all over, so I can talk it for free. So what we are encouraging you is that just go around, visit our sites. We have the Nairobi National Park. Just when you are having lunch, if you looked across the other end, that is the bare land you saw. That's our Nairobi National Park. So with like $2, $3, from here you can access and see the beautiful animals which we have, so that you can take pictures. You can share with them a banana or a biscuit as part of tourism. I want to wish you all the best stay for the night. Those who are traveling tomorrow, enjoy your safari. Chane is called safari in Swahili. So if you have not learned Chambo, you should know safari. Safari is S-A-F-A-R-I. Safari. Okay? Those who know some bit of Arabic, Swahili is borrowed from Arabic. So if you want to learn Swahili, you can quickly learn Swahili. So I want to wish you all the best, and God willing, Dr. Elduma mentioned this is the end of Dr. Deep, as we agreed in June. But I see when I look at the faces around, this child is only 5 years old. So if you want to kill the child, the burden is on you. But me, I wish that this child continues surviving so that we can have more children out of Dr. Deep. Thank you very much. And I declare this 2-day Igad high-level conference on forced displacement here in Nairobi, Kenya, officially closed.
Thank you very much, Wilfred, for a very good closing remark and the invitations. There is no talk after official closing. Only administrative announcement is possible. So I would like to call upon my colleague just to have your feedback on our last 2-day session as part of administration, Bob. Then we will enjoy the rest of tea, which is outside, and we'll be departing.
Thank you so much, Ibrahim. I thank you, delegates, excellencies, directors, and the partners. We have a short survey that we are doing just to make sure that our next meeting is okay. So I'll ask you if you have a QR scanner. I'll ask my colleague to share it. But for those who have been able to follow the conversations, sometimes the conversations have been so fast and you are not able to catch up with the speed. It has been streaming on our social media handles, on Twitter and on YouTube. And so I will ask, just before we scan, if you could show us the YouTube. This is our YouTube, the Igad Health and Social Development. And if you go over there, you will be able to find on the first, you have both for yesterday and for today, the streams for yesterday and for today. And so you are able to scroll back and get the conversations and get much of the inputs that have been there. And for those who have been coming to us for videos, you can download the YouTube video and cut out the segments that you desire. We want to thank you so much for those who have been following us on social media. We have quite a big audience which has been on Zoom and on YouTube and giving feedback, and we've been receiving it. Let the conversations continue running, but for now, we'll leave you the scan. Please scan it, give us your feedback such that we can do better next time. Thank you so much, and a good evening.